Ready? Good evening, everyone.
Good evening. Good evening, Mayor.
One more time, good evening, everyone. Good evening. It just makes me feel so powerful, you know. Well, glad to see everybody here tonight. Great day outside, and the air conditioning's working in here, obviously, so things is doing very well right now. Okay, do we have a closed session report?
Thank you, Mayor. There's nothing to report out of closed session tonight.
Okay. Mr. Doug, would you lead us in the pledge again tonight? You just sit there, you're the first guy I can say.
Active duty military, first responders and veterans, I render a hand salute. All others, hold your hand over your heart. Ready? Begin.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Luevanos.
Here.
Councilmember Kavanaugh.
Here.
Councilmember Judge.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Litster.
Here.
Mayor Mashburn.
Here. Time for the agenda review. Any items need to be?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, we have three supplementals in front of you this evening. One for item 5A, another one for item 5B, and then for 9B. 5A is information that came in subsequent to the preparation of the staff report. 5B makes some typographical changes, and then 9B is a late request for the council to identify one of the council members to join a drought response task force to deal with drought issues in the region. You can consider those under each one of those items.
Okay. Thank you. One A.
I move that all resolutions and ordinances presented tonight be read in title only and all further reading be waived.
A second.
Motion second. Call for the vote.
The motion passes unanimously.
Okay. Declaration of conflict. If any member of the city council may have a conflict of interest or any reason why that member must abstain from the consideration of any matter on this agenda, he or she should so declare at this time. See no one? All right.
Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council, the first item on the agenda is item 1D1, presentation of a proclamation declaring the month of May 2022 as Older Americans Month, and Raquel Worth is here to present the proclamation to Council on Aging Chair Bill Oliver.
Is it one of them?
Good evening, Mayor Mashburn and members of the City Council. This evening, I would like Bill Oliver to come forward, there he is, to accept the proclamation proclaiming May as Older Americans Month. Bill is especially qualified to represent the seniors in our community. He was selected as the 2021 City Volunteer of the Year in recognition of his volunteerism at the Simi Valley Senior Center and for being the embodiment of selfless service. Bill personifies this year's Older Americans Month theme of Age Your Way by choosing to dedicate his time to pursuing his passion to help ensure a high quality of life for seniors. It is with great pleasure that I now read the proclamation. Whereas the city of Simi Valley includes a growing number of older Americans who enhance the quality of life in our community through their participation on different boards and committees, their volunteer work in a wide variety of capacities, and their reentry into the workforce. And whereas the city of Simi Valley includes nearly 20,000 residents, 65 years of age or older, and is committed to engaging and supporting older adults, their families, and their caregivers, and ensuring it is responsive to seniors' needs and preferences. And whereas the city of Simi Valley is committed to providing opportunities that promote physical, mental, social, and emotional well-being for seniors to enhance each individual's wellness and help them to thrive, be financially stable, and remain in their community. And whereas the city of Simi Valley believes in building an even better community by promoting home and community-based services and resources that provide older Americans with vital nutrition programs and social services that help address food insecurity and assist in promoting self-advocacy. And whereas the city of Simi Valley recognizes the contributions that older Americans make to the local workforce and volunteerism in our community, as well as the benefits their contributions make to local agencies and organizations, including the Senior Center. And whereas the city of Simi Valley is committed to ensuring that all older Americans in our community, especially the frail and elderly, receive the resources and services they need to live out their lives in a supportive and dignified manner. Now, therefore, the month of May 2022 is hereby proclaimed Older Americans Older Americans Month in the city of Simi Valley in recognition of the many contributions that older Americans make to our city. Presented this 9th day of May 2022.
I just asked him, why are you up here type of question. And he said, no one else would come up. And then I pointed out to him, because he was the most qualified by age. So, and then I realized where I was. So, we might make this more than a month. We'll just make this from now on. Proclamation. But at any rate, there's from the city of Simi Valley recognizing Older American Month and appreciating that we're here, appreciating that our senior center is one of the best in the region, and that so much good is done over there. And I think I've mentioned this before, over there, 55 is a senior. So don't hesitate to go over there, because at 55, you'll have a hard time keeping up with those people over there. It's true. Thank you very much. Do you have anything to say?
I would like to say that over the past 3.5 years, I visited a lot of senior citizen centers in the area. We have the absolute best here. You cannot beat the programs, the volume, the services that are provided. I mean, literally 40,000 meals provided for seniors in the past year. So if you haven't visited, come by and visit. It's well worth your time. And come volunteer, please. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council, next on the agenda is item 1D2, presentation of a proclamation declaring May 15, 2022 as Peace Officers Memorial Day. And Police Chief Livingstone is here to present this item, and Commander Richie Liu will be accepting the proclamation.
Good evening, Mayor Mashburn and members of the council. The City of Simi Valley has issued a proclamation declaring May 15th, 2022 Peace Officers Memorial Day, and Commander Richie Liu will accept it on behalf of the police department. Commander Richie Liu has served the citizens of our community with distinction for 25 years. He first served in the United States Army from 1990 to 1996 as a sergeant assigned to the 82nd Airborne Division as a jump master. He then served 2 years in the United States Army National Guard as a sergeant assigned to the 140th Aviation Unit. Richie joined the Simi Valley Police Department in 1997 and attended the Ventura County Sheriff's Academy. After graduating, he worked as an officer in the patrol unit and then transferred to the Special Enforcement Section. He promoted to the rank of sergeant in 2008. He also worked in the Auxiliary Services Unit, and in 2018, he promoted to the rank of commander, where he managed the Patrol Bureau. He is currently serving as the Chief's Executive Officer and as the Public Information Officer for the Simi Valley Police Department. And I greatly appreciate his service there. In addition, Richie manages the Communications Bureau, the Records Bureau, the Maintenance Unit, and the Honor Guard Unit. He previously held assignments as a canine supervisor and also taught a lot of people here in the city CPR and first aid. He's been an Explorer advisor, a bicycle team member, a SWAT team member, and also a team leader. And in 2010, Richie received the department's Officer of the Year award. Peace Officers Memorial Day serves as a tribute to Simi Valley Police Officer Michael Clark and all of our nation's law enforcement officers who have paid so high a price protecting the freedoms that we enjoy every day. The profession truly is a calling, and all of our officers are honored to serve our community. It is now my privilege to read the proclamation. Whereas peace officers throughout the United States, pursuant to their sworn duty to safeguard lives and property, place their lives on the line to maintain public order daily, and each year hundreds of peace officers are either slain or injured in their attempt to protect and serve their communities. And whereas in 1962, President John F. Kennedy, in conjunction with Congress, first proclaimed May 15th as National Police Officers Memorial Day in recognition of the law enforcement professionals killed or injured while protecting the lives and property of American citizens. And whereas it is desirable to remind the community of these officers' sacrifices and to support those who day and night stand guard to protect all citizens through enforcement of the law, and whereas the tragic loss of Officer Michael Clark on August 4th, 1995 will forever endow a special and very personal meaning upon Peace Officers Memorial Day for our community and its police officers, now, therefore, in recognition of those officers who regularly risk their lives and those who have sacrificed their lives in the line of duty, Sunday, May 15th, 2022 is hereby proclaimed Peace Officers Memorial Day in the city of Simi Valley to encourage all citizens to join in recognition of these officers and order the flags at all city facilities to be flown at half-staff as a visible sign of our tribute, presented this 9th day of May, 2022.
We're very fortunate here in Simi Valley to have such a wonderful police department, and it's best that I let them do the talking. They are the police officers. They are the people out there making it possible for you and I to sleep well every night. And also, I'd like to point out that this week I've gone on some different events, and I've been with the police officers, not at bank robberies, not at car accidents, not at shootings, not at all the stuff that we worry about that they do, and we worry for their safety, but also day of prayer, reading to children in the library, and the list goes on and on. They have a huge variety of services they provide, and it's on a constant basis. But the one that really stands out is the one that is so dangerous that they do, and far too often in this country we lose officers. So this day is for that purpose, to recognize those officers.
Yes, Mayor and members of the City Council, thank you very much for recognizing us. And on behalf of the men and women of the Simi Valley Police Department, thank you for this proclamation. Every year, you're right, officers from across this great nation die protecting our community. And every night and day, our men and women go out there protecting this community. Thank you, Mayor.
And I'll just echo what Commander Liu says, but I also want to thank the community because we couldn't do our job without all your help. We go out there every night. We have limited resources when we do go out there, and so we rely on you to be our eyes and ears out there, and we're there to serve you. And it's an honor for us to do that. And I know Richie and I go back a long way. You know, we both grew up here in Simi Valley. Richie was one of my trainees way back when, making me feel old. But, you know, again, we are part of the community, and we're honored to serve the community. And again, we rely on all your help and your support. I can't emphasize that enough. And I think our officers really appreciate when they go out and about and the support they get and the, you know, times that people take the time to you know, engage with them is really important. So thank you very much.
Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council, the next item on the agenda is 1D3, presentation of a proclamation declaring the month of May as Motorcycle Awareness Month, and Police Chief Livingstone will present this item as well.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and members of the council. It's my honor to read this proclamation. In I've been in law enforcement 34 years, and I think, the driving public out there is extremely important part of our community safety, and being aware of our motorcycle riders is critical. It's one of those incidents that happen in our city, and I think we focus on different things, but traffic safety is so important. So it's my honor to read this proclamation. Whereas motorcycle riding is a popular form of recreation and efficient transportation for more than 800,000 people in the state of California, and whereas the safety hazards of distracted driving, drivers not checking their blind spots or using their turn signals when changing lanes are of prime concern to motorcyclists, and whereas it is especially important that the citizens of Simi Valley be aware of motorcycles on the street and highways and recognize the importance of motorcycle safety, and whereas the American Brotherhood Aimed Towards Education, ABATE, of California is an organization that actively promotes safe operation, increased rider training, and increased motorist awareness of motorcycles, and whereas it is important to recognize the need for awareness on the part of all drivers, especially with regard to sharing the road with motorcycles, and remind riders to make themselves more visible to others. Now, therefore, the month of May 2022 is hereby proclaimed Motorcycle Awareness Month in the city of Simi Valley to encourage both motorcycle riders and automobile drivers to unite in the safe sharing of the road to provide safe travel for all. Presented this 9th day of May 2022. Thank you.
So we have to remember our motorcyclists are all part of the community. And what we don't want to do is run that part of the community off the road accidentally while looking at your cell phone or something like that. So keep extra alert and look in those rear view mirrors and keep an eye on the bike riders.
I'd just like to welcome all of you here. Anybody who has a motorcycle, you're welcome to our monthly meetings. They're held at the VFW on Los Angeles Avenue on the second Wednesday of the month at 7 p.m. So, thank you.
There you go. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council, the next item on the agenda is 1D4, presentation of a proclamation declaring the month of May 2022 as Mental Health Awareness Month, and Kristen Tignac is here to present the proclamation to Maya Zamaya and Misty Perez, co-founders of the First Responders for Mental Health Initiative and members of NAMI.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor Mashburn and members of the City Council. This evening, we are recognizing May as Mental Health Awareness Month. To accept the proclamation, we have Maya Zamaya is here today. Misty Perez was not able to make it. Maya is a co-founder of the First Responders for Mental Health Initiative and a member of NAMI, which stands for National Alliance on Mental Illness. The proclamation reads, whereas developing and maintaining healthy physical and mental habits are an essential component of a healthy community, and whereas 1 in 5 people will experience a mental illness during their lifetime, everyone faces challenges in life that can impact their mental health. And whereas misunderstandings exist about many mental health illnesses in our culture, yet attending to mental health is as important to a person's well-being as physical health. And whereas serious mental illnesses have been scientifically proven to be highly treatable illnesses of the brain, are more common than cancer, diabetes, and heart disease, and are the #1 reason for hospital admissions nationwide. And whereas with effective treatment, those individuals with mental health conditions can recover and lead full, productive lives. And whereas each business, school, government agency, healthcare provider, organization, and citizen shares the burden of mental health problems and has a responsibility to promote mental wellness. And whereas the city of Simi Valley is committed to promoting a healthy community and encourages residents to visit simivalley.org/SV mental health to learn about valuable mental health resources and services available locally. And whereas the Simi Valley Youth Council works to increase awareness of mental health resources throughout the city and has organized multiple campaigns, including a citywide wellness week throughout the first week of May to help promote mental health awareness and decrease the stigma surrounding mental illness. Now, therefore, the month of May 2022 is hereby proclaimed Mental Health Awareness Month in the city of Simi Valley to increase public awareness of mental health. Presented this 9th day of May 2022.
So I think we're starting to notice that mental health issues can attack you, if you will, or at any time. There's no warning sometimes, and I do feel that over the years we maybe were not tuned in enough to what we could do, and now with the likes of the student council and different organizations, the Free Clinic, and list goes on, Simi Valley or East County is becoming very aware of mental health issues and how to deal with them and where to go for help. So we appreciate everybody that's helping us there.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, council members. I want to thank Councilmember Lister and Chief Livingstone for participating in the PSA last year. This is not an easy subject to address, and it hasn't been always supported. And when we started this initiative last year, I was working at a psychiatric hospital, and Misty had just lost her son. She's Councilmember Perez of Port Hueneme, had lost her son to suicide in 2019. We were seeing firsthand the effects of the pandemic on mental health and the lack of services, and we knew that we had to do something to end the stigma. And so we wanted to bring this conversation out into the open, and we enlisted our first responders. And you are correct, you have a wonderful police department where we had to convince many to support. Without hesitation, Chief Livingston supported fully this initiative. So you will see countywide these mental health stickers on patrol cars. And your police department is also fundraising for NAMI Ventura County, and the walk is May 21st. I hope you will support them and join them on May 21st, 9 a.m. in Port Hueneme. And we will keep this conversation open because there are too many lives being lost. Suicide is the most preventable type of death there is. We need to do everything we can to end the stigma. So thank you for your support, and thank you, Mayor and council members, for this. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council, next on the agenda is item 1D5, presentation of a proclamation declaring the month of May 2022 as Asian American Pacific Islander Heritage Month. And Samantha Argabright is here to present this item.
Good evening, Mayor Mashburn and City Council members. Whereas the month of May was chosen as Asian American Pacific Islander Heritage Month to commemorate the anniversary of the May 10th, 1869 completion of the first transcontinental railroad, built with the backbreaking labor of nearly 20,000 Chinese immigrants. And whereas President George H.W. Bush signed a bill passed by Congress to extend the first 10 days of May as Asian Pacific Heritage Week to a month-long celebration, and the month of May was officially designated as Asian Pacific American Heritage Month in 1992. And whereas Asian Americans and Pacific Islanders represent over 10% of Simi Valley's population and include devoted community members who serve as artists, business owners, educators, healthcare professionals, lawyers and judges, clergy members, first responders, and military personnel. And whereas in the midst of a difficult and painful year, the city of Simi Valley reflects on the tradition of leadership, resilience, and courage shown by the Asian American Pacific Islander community and the struggle for equity. Whereas the efforts, resilience, and contributions of Asian Pacific Americans can be seen in every aspect of society and have played a pivotal role in America's history. And whereas we celebrate the achievements and contributions of Asian Pacific Americans that enrich our history, society, and culture, we must also acknowledge the injustice that most recently manifested itself in attacks on Asian Americans. Whereas today more than 20 million Asian Americans and Pacific Islanders live in the United States and through their actions make America a more vibrant, prosperous, and secure nation. Now therefore, the City Council of the City of Simi Valley does hereby proclaim May 2022 as Asian American Pacific Islander Heritage Month in the City of Simi Valley to encourage all residents to celebrate the rich heritage of the Asian Pacific American community and work to combat racism and xenophobia, presented this 9th day of May, 2022.
I think real quickly, we don't have anybody to accept that. However, okay, come on up here. Come on up here. But okay, you have to promise that. Okay. But I get to talk first. Okay. But stay here. Stay here. Okay. I was just going to say, we didn't have the proclamation made up, but you're going to be invited back. Okay. But what I want to point out is this city is becoming more and more diversified as time goes on. And it's many types of cultures. And we are a community. I think we're all in a melting pot, doing quite well together. We even have people from the Philippines coming right up here and going to speak. But it's a great community. The diversity is a positive, it's not a negative. And it's just a great place to be, and to welcome with this proclamation the Asian community is another plus for our city. So with that, a big round of applause for our group.
So I just want to thank this council for honoring the contributions of the Asian community to the Simi Valley community. But most of all, I want to make sure that everybody hears this. And I know a lot of Filipinos, people from Asia, when we come, we want to be part of the country, most especially Simi. I've been here since 1984 on and off, but our desire is to become American citizens. We want to be able to exercise our right to vote. So come election time, right, we're going to make our voices heard. But right now, we want to thank you for the honor you have given the Asian community. By the way, my students would always ask me, "Oh, Mrs. Johnson, you're from the Philippines?" "Yes, I am." "You're not from Asia." Hello, teachers, everybody, please educate our children to know that Asia is the continent, one of the 7 continents, and the Philippines is just one of them. We have China, Cambodia, Thailand, Indonesia, Korean, Japanese, as making part of the Asian culture. Thank you again.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council, next on the agenda is item 2, public statements on appointments, special presentations, and informational reports. Speakers will be called on in the order in which their card was submitted to speak on for this public statements item number 2 for a period of no more than 3 minutes each. Persons addressing the City Council are requested to state their name and community of residence for the record. Mr. Mayor, we only have one speaker card for item 2. Bruce Boyer?
How's it going, eh? I now have a family connection to the people of Guam. They're Americans. They're called Chamorros. They speak Chamorro. So they say, "Afaday." I say, "Afaday." While I appreciate and welcome and embrace Americans from everywhere, I do object to the hyphenated Americans. We're all Americans. Wherever our families came from or we came from, and as Councilmember Luevanos pointed out the other week, even if our ancestors were brought here involuntarily, we're all Americans. These hyphenated Americans, Theodore Roosevelt spoke out against them. We're all Americans. What is our national motto? E pluribus unum. Out of many, one. Regardless of where we came from, or some of us have ancestors that were here before we had the United States, we are one. This continual segmentation of Americans is diluting from us. How about we recognize one color, red, white, and blue? We're all Americans. And we can all recognize that there are contributions that were made by Americans who came here from everywhere. Everywhere. And then when you make resolutions, you get into historical inaccuracies. Sorry, I'm a railroad guy. The Chinese contributed to building the Central Pacific portion of the railroad, but they did not build anything on the Union Pacific, and they were part of the work gangs only on the Central Pacific. So they didn't build the railroad, but Chinese work gangs did, yes, help build it. So when you get into these things, you start getting into things that are somewhat true, but then they shade the truth. Again, let's focus on us all being Americans and stop the hyphenated stuff. This is how we're going to have unity. Hyphenated creates segmentation. What are you? What label do you have? And the label is assigned by, well, your family came from where 50 or 20 or 200 years ago? That is irrelevant to who we are as American people. So please, how about recognizing, but drop the hyphens and let us all be red, white, and blue. Thank you, and AAPI.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council, next on the agenda is item 3A1, selection of one City Council member to serve on the interview and nomination panel for returning Youth Council members, and Kristen Tignac is presenting this item.
Good evening again. The Youth Council is comprised of 21 members and 3 alternates in grades 7th through 12th who advise the City Council on issues of concern to local youth. The next regular term of appointments is scheduled to commence on July 1st. Up to 9 of the 24 Youth Council members may be selected for reappointment. 17 Youth Council members are eligible for reappointment. Therefore, it is estimated that approximately 2.5 hours will be needed to conduct interviews. Mayor Pro Tem Lister most recently served in the interview and nomination panel last May. It is recommended that the City Council select one City Council member to serve on the interview and nomination panel for prospective returning Youth Council members to fill up to 9 prospective returning Youth Council member positions. The panel will also include myself and up to 2 non-returning Youth Council members. Those members recommended for reappointment will be eligible to interview the Youth Council applicants following the subcommittee's nomination. This concludes the report, and staff is available to answer any questions at this time.
Any questions of staff or any volunteers?
Mayor, I don't have a question, but I
s-
would like to
I s-
volunteer.
I see you're there. Okay. Okay, Councilmember Luevanos.
I don't have a question, but I'd like to volunteer, Mayor.
Okay, anybody else like to volunteer? Any questions? Okay, motion?
I move to nominate myself to interview Youth Council returning members.
I'll second.
Motion second. Call for the vote.
The motion passes unanimously. Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council, next on the agenda is item 4, public statements. During this agenda item number 4, the City Council will hear public statements from the first 10 persons who have submitted speaker cards. After the first 10 persons have spoken, subsequent persons who submitted speaker cards will be called on to speak during agenda item number 6, which is a continuation of agenda item number 4. Agenda items number 4 and agenda item number 6 are the times allotted for public statements on all items other than public hearings, appointments, and informational reports. Speakers will be called on in the order in which their card was submitted to speak for this public statements item 4 for a period of no more than 3 minutes each. Persons addressing the City Council are requested to state their name and community of residence for the record. Mr. Mayor, we received 19 speaker cards for item 4. The first speaker, Douglas Bamforth.
Good evening. Boy, as they were giving out those proclamations, I see how many apply to me. I'm turning 80 this year, and I still ride a motorcycle, and had some problems with PTSD from courtesy of Vietnam. But what I'd like to speak about is water. Can you hear me?
Yeah,
What?
pull the microphone over to you. Pull it towards you. There, perfect.
Can you hear me now?
Thank you.
Okay. What I'd like to speak about is water. I'd like when we have any new construction in the city, I think that they ought to file a declaration with the city or be part of the planning process that determines how much water they're going to use per year. Because a lot of times we're taking vacant land and we're building on the vacant land. For instance, a lot of the area there at the old Park District is now apartments. Well, that's a big chunk of water there. And I think that's something that needs to be looked into as to how it affects the rest of the city. Also, I don't know, as far as water, I don't know how many of you have ever been to Israel. Basically, the foundation of 3 of the world's great religions. But they do a lot of hydrofoam gardening. They reclaim almost all of the water that they use. They have 5 large desalination plants out there in the Mediterranean. And if you see the difference between them and their neighbors, it's a very stark difference. People in some of the places don't even have hardly any water. They have to get water trucked in. So this is just something that we should always keep in mind. And also, the DWP, I'm not their favorite person. I don't think they care for me. But, you know, we have oil lines all over the place. We have gas lines running across the country. Why not water lines? We're relying on an aqueduct that earthquake or some other kind of disaster could render us without water. And I think everybody needs to start bringing that to attention, and I'm out of time. Thank you.
Jared Held.
City Council, my name is Jared Held. I'm a citizen of Simi Valley, and I'm on some social networks. I'm also known as Bosco Locks. I'm calling for concern with dealing with public works. I live in the neighborhood which is in Sequoia Park area. There has been some modifications to to the manhole covers that were done in that area. They had done work on my cul-de-sac in which I live on, and they had only done a cold pack in repairing the manhole cover. I called Public Works to voice my concern with regards to that, and I received a phone call at 6 a.m. in the morning from Public Works. At 8:30, I received a call from someone else from Public Works who said, well, we have 46 manhole covers we need to deal with. We'll get to yours either later today or tomorrow. A week later, I decided to contact Mike Judge since I have somewhat of a rapport with him. He dealt with it from his side, and they ended up fixing the manhole cover. I find it very unprofessional for someone who works for City Public Works to call an individual at 6 a.m. in the morning after I had worked a 12-hour gig setting up a concert. So I find that very disheartening that those who work for Simi Valley have no concern for those who live within the bounds of Simi Valley. So this is all I have to say. I'm thankful to Mike Judge for having taken care of it for me. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Gary Hartung.
Okay, my name's Gary Hartung. I live in Thousand Oaks. I recently left Simi Valley about 15 months ago, but I'm here to talk about the water supply problem that I know everybody is concerned about. One of the ways that water can be conserved throughout the entire state is at the gyms. I go to the gym 4-5 days a week, and just about everybody that I see there taking a shower lets the shower run for 10 minutes, maybe more. Now, I'm a 71-year-old bald-headed guy, and I can take a shower. I turn the shower on. 10 seconds, the water's warm. I turn it off, soap up, turn the water back on, and in 2 minutes, I get all the soap washed off of me. I don't get around as fast as I used to, but I can still get the soap off in 2 minutes. I think everybody else could do the same thing, and the city councils, the board of supervisors, and the state of California should consider passing an ordinance, a statute, I don't know exactly what you call it from a legal standpoint, but it should mandate that the gyms maybe have a coin-operated shower system where you're given, if you're a man, you're given 3 coins and you put one in, the water's turned on, you get wet, you soap up, and then you put the next 2 coins in, a minute apiece, and after 2 minutes, all the soap is off. You could say, the gyms could save probably hundreds of gallons of water a day, maybe over 1 million gallons of water the whole year. So the city should pass some kind of law that mandates the gyms to enact some type of limit on the amount of time people can take showers. It's just absolutely outrageous that people abuse water when they're taking showers. So I don't know if the cities can pass a law like that. I don't know, Mr. Caceres, is it possible to pass an ordinance requiring the gyms to do something about this? Maybe not renew their business license if they don't at some point in time during the year?
Gary, you have to remember that the public speaking portion of the meeting is not on the agenda, so we can't respond to you. But
consider...
We hear you, and I assure you that Mr. Caceres has heard you, and I think in the very near future, we'll hear from him.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Scott Rosen?
Good evening, Mayor Mashburn, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Scott Rawson. I'm a 30-year-plus resident of Simi Valley, and I'm here to speak to you this evening about the 5G cable network that's being installed by the Sci-Fi Network. We have a series of serious issues going on with this project. A little of my background: I've been in the construction business for 45-plus years. I've been a general contractor in this area for 38 years, and the design flaws and the problems with this network that's going in right now are numerous. One of the main problems we have is that there seems to be absolutely no approval for, I'm sorry, give me 1 second. You have right-of-way and you have, lost my train. You have easements and you have right-of-way. So you have right-of-way for public egress. You have easements for public utilities. This falls into neither of those categories. This is a private venture. And what's happened is they are bringing this cable in across private property and into private property without application for easement or an approved easement. They don't get to piggyback an easement onto other easements. And so we have now destruction of private property, trespassing, and a multitude of other violations. Not to even speak of the fact that where they are bringing these cables in is into the middle of everybody's front lawn, which gives them no access to the house without further destruction of private property. There are cable distribution boxes throughout the city that have conduits that will take that, give access point to each house. I have been told by several people, and I know that they are incorrect. One of them would be one of our, Brian Gabler, our city manager, that tells me that AT&T or somebody denied access to this company, access to that box. That is not in fact true, because that box belongs to, once it's installed, belongs to that property. That means that whoever owns that property can give right to a new company to come into that box. So right now, what we have is destruction of private property, and what I'm hearing from this company, Sci-Fi, is that they were given permission to do this. Somebody signed off on this. We need to know who. We need to stop it right away. We need to look at this project again and stop destroying private property, and we need to do it correctly. We need to mitigate the losses, because right now, we've just started this project. If we stop it now, there's going to be some people to deal with. If we continue this, you're going to have the entire city and huge lawsuits going on this. I would love to talk to anybody about it. My phone number is 805-501-3420. Mayor Mashburn, I appreciate your time the other day when we talked about it, and I appreciate you getting someone out right away. It's all over social media, and it's very disturbing to everybody in Simi Valley, and I'd really like to see this looked at further.
Okay, we have your number. And
thank you very much.
Further, thank you.
Stacy Vanderschaff.
Good evening, members of the City Council. I read the staff report on the results of the Neighborhood Council cannabis surveys. The majority of respondents voted no on all 8 questions. Since this demonstrates no change in the majority of Simi Valley residents' attitudes towards the sale of cannabis since we last voted on it in 2018, I don't think spending $10,000 per advisory measure on the November ballot is prudent. Furthermore, considering the heightened awareness of mental health in this country over the last 5 to 10 years, and because it is Mental Health Awareness Month, I'd like to read what the CDC website says about the effects of marijuana consumption on mental health. Marijuana use, especially frequently and in high doses, can cause disorientation and sometimes unpleasant thoughts or feelings of anxiety and paranoia. People who use marijuana are more likely to develop temporary psychosis and long-lasting mental disorders, including schizophrenia. The association between marijuana and schizophrenia is stronger in people who start using marijuana at an earlier age and use marijuana more frequently. Marijuana use has also been linked to depression, social anxiety, thoughts of suicide, suicide attempts, and suicide. The question, therefore, is whether the potential tax revenue is worth adding to the growing mental health crisis in the city. For me, the answer is no. On the subject of potential tax revenue, I'd like to address the Runkle Canyon development. Some of the residential sites that were supposed to be completed by now are not even in development. As a result, the city has lost out on potential tax revenue, and the Homeowners Association has lost out on association fees. Since the delay in this project is a result of some factors that the developer had direct control over, I hope that the City Council will side with the Planning Commission and the Runkle Canyon and Woodlands residents and approve the 3-year extension to this project rather than the requested 5-year extension. On a final note, I would like to commend the Simi Valley Police Department for the handling of the recent officer-involved shooting where a man who allegedly murdered a woman in Los Angeles and tried to flee law enforcement and wound up in an encounter with our officers. The CME officers managed to neutralize the situation without any innocent bystanders being harmed in the crossfire. This situation could have ended with more casualties to law enforcement or CME residents, but the quick action of our officers resolved the situation without any additional injuries or worse. For that, I think we should be very grateful. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thomas Reed. Thomas Reed.
Yes, hello. My name is Tom Reed. I reside in Santa Clarita. I've been building pools here in Simi Valley for the last over 20 years. I built pools in many different cities in Southern California. We take great pride in our knowledge of our construction. I'm actually a certified building professional, which is a nationwide accreditation. We're very well aware of how to build pools properly and take great care in keeping the pools built properly so they're not losing water. We are very involved with the education of our clients as well. I have a number of employees that work for us that live in Simi, live in surrounding areas that are also very much tied to the pool construction industry. We have really tried to help educate, which is why we're here this evening, to talk about the fact that Simi Valley has voted in the past and looked at all the facts about water loss of swimming pools. And it has been shown that the amount of water that is lost from a swimming pool is less than a lawn that is very prevalent throughout the community. Other cities have taken the measure of making a cover mandatory for the pool, which is technically the only way that water is leaving the pool is through evaporation. So, there's other cities that have taken measures to help look at the situation and not just, let's just destroy an industry, wipe out all the people that have been doing it, and think about how many pools are in this community as well. Are we going to not put water in the pools? Are we going to leave them empty so children can fall into the pools? What are the options? The options are that we look at it very closely, that we take great care in building the pools properly, that we have water mitigation measures of covers being required for the pools, and there's other options than the consideration of possibly eliminating swimming pools from construction. I would imagine that a number of you in this room have swimming pools. We think it improves our quality of life. There's a great deal of value in having a swimming pool in your backyard, whether it's just in teaching others in the basics of swimming and not drowning, things like that. When we build a swimming pool, it's a one-time fill of that pool. If we minimize any evaporation, then we're not adding very much water to that pool. During the construction process, which can take months, there's no water being used in that yard. Thousands of gallons being saved at that point. Once we are completed, we usually have a decking surrounding the pool, and there's other reasons, other construction practices that we take that is minimizing the amount of water that's being used or lost. I really wanted to make a statement that I've been building pools since 1985. We have a number of people that we support in the industry, in the community, and we take great care in trying to care for you as well. We were in the street fair last week. A number of people from the community came out, and we were there to be of service to them. I believe that we're also an essential service. You can't let the pools go green and with mosquitoes and things like that going on.
Thank you, Mr. Reed.
Take great care.
Time's up. I appreciate it.
So thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
Mike Morris. Mike Morris.
Hello, City Council. Thank you for your time. My name is Mike Morris. I'm a resident of Simi Valley. Currently, I have 3 projects being built in Simi Valley. All 3 of them, we are installing approximately 500 square foot pool, 700 square feet of grass. This morning at 4 a.m., I Googled how much water does it take to water a lawn. I have some numbers where it says it takes about 1.5 inches of water per week to water a lawn, which 1,000 square feet comes out to 930 gallons per week. That's 48,360 gallons per year. So with the water loss of building a swimming pool at about 10,000 gallons, you're actually saving about 19,000 gallons of water versus watering your lawn. So really that's all I have to say, other than the fact that I have about 9 subcontractors. One of them lives by the Bottle Museum. He has about 15 employees, young employees, and they're young guys working hard every day, and they don't make a lot of money, but they make a good living wage. The alternative for them, this is all they know, is unemployment, or who knows what their options are. But I have 9 subcontractors. All of them have 4, 5, 6, 8 young employees working. So to stop an industry that actually saves water, because building a pool with 1,000 square feet of concrete and pool combined, the numbers prove that it's less water than watering a lawn. Most homeowners overwater their lawns anyway, so when it says 1.5 inches per square foot of water per week, the yards I go to, we step in the yard and holy mackerel, you sink 2 inches, and you can't really stop a homeowner. It's pretty hard, unless you have drones, seeing how much they're overwatering their yards. But, so that's it. That's my opinion. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Paul Chilopoulos.
Good evening. My name's Paul. I live near Box Canyon, but my heart's here in Simi Valley. So first and foremost, I would like to respectfully request that the council members delay any motion or decision affecting the construction of new swimming pools. As these gentlemen have spoken, I've heard through building and safety, there's potentially a decision being made that new permits may not be issued for swimming pools. So again, I would respectfully request that whatever authority and power you have, that you influence that to at least delay that type of decision. This would provide more time to residents and businesses to, assemble relevant data and present that to the council for further review. It's worth noting that Senator Brian Dahle, D-A-H-L-E, from Northern California, has a comprehensive explanation as to why we in Southern California and as a state as a whole find ourselves in this predicament. Like most issues we are facing, it was avoidable, and due to poor leadership in Sacramento and inaction. One fact that stands out at his website is that literally trillions of gallons of water poured into the Pacific Ocean during the last 2 years. Once again, citizens are being asked to make a sacrifice when they have no liability to this. Please take a moment to go to Senator Dahle's website. I implore you all to do that when you have a chance. And note that his district includes Lake Shasta, one of the largest reservoirs in the state. In lieu of any restrictions affecting swimming pools, I would suggest that the council instead consider requiring that new pools be provided with a quality bubble-type pool cover, which significantly reduces water evaporation and actually reduces water usage of a pool to less than the equal size piece of grass. The City of LA has this requirement, and it is quite effective. Most pool builders like myself are happy to provide that to our clients. I'm sure these gentlemen do as well when they have a project in the City of LA. It's also worth noting that approximately 30% of my clients view a swimming pool not only as recreation, but as an emergency water source. And in some cases, in case of a natural disaster, and a water supply in case of fire. I have built a number of pools and also provided basically a fire suppression pump system for people that live near the hillside, so it's quite effective for that. Passing any sort of restrictions will negatively impact the residents, businesses within the trade and outside the trade, city tax revenue, and the negative impact will trickle down to many other businesses. I am confident there are alternative solutions for the city to meet their water restriction goals. For example, on the residential side, a homeowner could boost their conservation efforts and
Sure, I'll have to ask
bank the saved water for their swimming pool. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mike Smith.
Good evening. I'm Mike Smith. I'm a resident of Simi Valley. I'm also a pool contractor who's based out of Simi Valley. The drought is nobody's fault. The way it's been handled is our state leadership's fault. I've been doing this 33 years. I've seen 3 major droughts, and not a damn thing has been done about it. No water retention, no desalinization, no permeable streets, no anything. So that's not your battle, but that's where we are. The disallowing of swimming pools are not the problem. The landscaping and the residential and commercial properties, that's where you find your problem. I would implore, before you say no filling of swimming pools, to go to every property in this city and do a pressure test on it and see how the houses are leaking like sieves. We see it all the time when we pull into yards to put a pool in. There's irrigation lines that have been dripping for 20 years. That's far more waste, and our industry can back this up with statistics, than any swimming pool will ever have. We too provide a floating cover. Moore Park requires it. It traps evaporation. Problem solved. What disallowing a swimming pool will do in Simi Valley, and this isn't hyperbole, you're going to eliminate Royal's swim team. They can't use that pool, and I don't know if Simi has one. YMCA, close the pool. All rec centers, close the pool. All gyms, close the pool. All hotels, close the pool. Can't put makeup water in your pool, you're going to have a vector control issue like you can't believe. You're going to have West Nile, you're going to have, I know cities hate the word liability, there's tons of liability. Like the other gentleman said, it's an emergency drinking vessel in an earthquake. We use ozone systems, so it's drinking water. When all our water is out, somebody can have that. If there's a fire, they could put a fire out. If they're told they can't have a pool and their house burns down because of brush fire, guess who they're going to look at? They're going to go, why couldn't I build this pool? I could have saved my house. The other thing, leaving pools to drain, they will become permanently damaged, and they will become an eyesore, and they will become a property value problem. And the homeowners, the litigator here knows how many litigators we have in this city. When the power goes out in the summer, which we know it will almost every other day, and it's 115 out and 127 in your pool or in your house, you have no pool to go to. So it's not a luxury item. It's actually a necessity, the way we live. It also keeps kids off the streets in the summer. If they don't have their pools in their backyard with parental supervision, I hate to say it, but the police chief's going to have a lot more to deal with on his hands. It also, having a swimming pool also is a tax revenue to the city, to the county for property taxes. So it's like cutting off our nose to spite our face. But at the end of the day, all I can say when my time is up is that if this goes through, 30 to 40% of my work is in Simi. My daughter goes to college. We've talked. She's coming home, and I have to move. Simple as that. You put me out of business. It's not fair. Landscapers can keep going, everybody else can go, but we get separated. Somehow I don't think that's going to stand legally. Thanks.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, this is the 10th speaker card. Brooklyn Lions.
Good evening, Mayor and Council members. My name is Brooklyn Lyons. I am a resident of Simi Valley and also a public health nurse, a certified pediatric nurse, and I have my master's in nursing education. My goal is to get automated external defibrillators placed in the parks throughout Simi. On Valentine's Day, we went to play pickleball, and sorry, not a public speaker. A man had a heart attack, and my dad and I performed CPR for about 10 minutes while we were waiting for paramedics to arrive. When they arrived, they used an AED to shock his heart back to a normal rhythm, and within minutes he was talking. This is nothing short of a miracle. as a dispatched AED, meaning the AED travels to the victim, the neurologic survival rate is 14%, versus when an AED is on site, that skyrockets to 50%, 50. So that is literally a matter of life and death for some people. And I know for this man, it would have made a difference as far as the time down. Thankfully, he's made a full neurologic recovery, but again, this is a complete miracle. I've already worked with Mr. Dan Perenick of RSRPD, and his main concern was vandalism and theft. But I found a solution, which is a AED lockbox, which requires a 911 code. So you would call dispatch, and they would give you the code, you would get access to the AED, and they would also walk you through the steps of using an AED. You do not need to be formally trained on these devices. They are incredibly user-friendly, and they have already written instructions and automated instructions as you power on the machine. So that's the solution for the vandalism and theft. And then I've also spoken to Mr. Jordan Roberts of Ventura County Fire Department, and he said that the addition of the AEDs and the AED lockbox would require no additional training for their dispatch team, as they're already instructed on how to walk somebody through using the AED. All it would be is the addition of the code. So I'm more than happy to work with the city, with Simi PD, and with Simi Fire to get this in motion and to get these AEDs placed in the parks, as the public needs them with all the tournaments and the sporting events that go on. It's only a matter of time before somebody else goes down. And I would love to be able to help the city save more lives and to empower the public to do so as well. Thank you.
Thank you, and a very special thank you to you and your father for what you did at the pickleball court.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council, next on the agenda is item 4A, City Council comments regarding public statements.
Okay, we'll start with Elaine Litster.
Thank you, Mayor, and I'll just work backwards. Yes, thank you for that, Ms. Lyons, for your comment about AEDs, and I'm glad to know that you have reached out to the parks system, but certainly I think we can work as partners and support those efforts. Obviously, there's much conversation about swimming pool and water, and obviously we're all concerned about it, but I think we will be having a good conversation about what we can do and what is best for our community, and so thank you for making awareness of those issues. I want to say a special thank you to Ms. Vanderschaff, who spoke about the CDC and cannabis issues, and thank you for sharing that. And also thank you for commending our police and their work, because they certainly do much behind the scenes, and I'm very appreciative. And so, and the last thing is the gentleman that spoke about the cabling that's taking place with Sci-Fi, would be happy to speak with him, and obviously we see it as a potential benefit where we have gigabyte speeds for everyone who wants it, but certainly we don't want it to be impinging on private property. So we'll continue the conversation. Thank you.
Councilmember Lou Evanos.
Thank you, Mayor. Ms. Lyons, thank you. I was in the same situation, unfortunately, with an aunt. There was no AED nearby. That was the only thing that would have saved her. So even though I performed CPR on her for 12 minutes and then the paramedics came, we lost her, and there was no AED nearby. I agree with you. I think we need them. There is training. I've been trained several times through Scouts because I'm a Scout leader, but they are very user-friendly, so I agree with you, and I fully support you in that endeavor, making sure we have those in our parks. In terms of Mr. Banforth, you read my mind. I've been talking about water lines across the country for a long, long time, Mr. Banforth, so thank you for mentioning that. There's a surplus of water in one part of the country and a lack of water in the other. In terms of comments about the water, I know there's concern about pools and lawns. I'm going to reserve those comments for when we get to that discussion, because it is an agenda item. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, Councilmember Kavanaugh.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just real quick, on the AEDs, I don't know if you're aware that, but every police car does have an AED in it. Those were purchased by the Police Foundation, so you might want to also reach out to them for possible funding. Mike and I are both on the board, and so that was a really good event that we did. And I think the Park District will be open to working with us if we can do something like you said regarding the vandalism. That was a good idea. I really like that. That was unique. And just in regard to all the pools, I do have a pool. Am I going to have to recuse myself?
No.
No? Okay, just making sure. And I do agree, I only put, that's a conversation for later, so I won't go farther on that. But thank you, but thank you all for coming out and all your comments here tonight. So I'll speak later on the pool when we get to that part. Thank you.
Councilmember Judge.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I wanted to thank everybody for their comments also and say that special thanks to Brooklyn and her father for doing that for that citizen that fell during the pickleball tournament. Brooke is going to be honored by the city council at a future date. We couldn't arrange it for today, unfortunately, because she is a nurse and she works very hard. It's tough for her to get Mondays off. So this was the day we could have done it, but next time we'll make sure her dad's here to get it.
Okay, my turn. So I have a list of the names of the gentlemen that spoke from the pool companies. I'll just call you the pool guys if that's okay. Anyway, I heard your message loud and clear, and we're going to have it on the agenda later on tonight. But thank you for coming out and coming from Santa Clarita just to deliver your message. That was helpful. The discussion about cannabis, I'd just like to point out that this council, to my knowledge, with the exception of one, no one had made a decision about yay on cannabis or no on cannabis. It was an effort to get a little more information so we would make the educated decision at the time a decision needed to be made. And I just want to make that perfectly clear because more than one of us was it was in the paper and everywhere else, typical junk, saying that we had already made a decision to go forward with it. Absolutely untrue. And with that, I think as far as the patching of the lines going to the homes, we'll continue that discussion and maybe get an involvement with the company that's installing it and see if we can get some help there. Okay, that's it.
Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council, next on the agenda is public hearings. This is the time for testimony on public hearings on the consideration of matters as presented on this agenda. Let the record show that due notice was given as required by law, and an affidavit to this effect is on file in the City Clerk's office. All comments submitted by email have already been provided to the City Council and will be made part of the record. However, they will not be read by the City Clerk this evening. Speakers will be called on in the order in which their card was submitted for this public testimony, item 5, for a period of no more than 5 minutes each. Persons addressing the City Council are requested to state their name and community of residence for the record. Comments shall be limited to matters relevant to the item on the agenda and may be ruled out of order if comments are unrelated to the item. The reports of city staff relating to these matters shall be made part of the record of this meeting. If you challenge in court any of the City Council decisions made here tonight, you may be limited to raising only those issues you or someone else raised at this public hearing. The time within which judicial review must be sought is governed by California Code of Civil Procedure, Section 1094.6. Public hearing, agenda item 5, a public hearing to consider a request for Runkle Canyon, LLC, for an amendment to the Runkle Canyon Development Agreement, DA-2021-001, DA-04-01, AMD number 4, to allow a 5-year time extension for the Runkle Canyon Woodlands project located at the south terminus of Sequoia and Talbot Avenues and Watson and Comet Avenues, pursuant to Public Resources Code 21166. Additional environmental review is not required, and introduction of an ordinance. The reading of the recommended ordinance is as follows. Ordinance number 1339, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Simi Valley approving a request from Runkle Canyon, LLC, for an amendment to the Runkle Canyon Development Agreement, DA-2021-0001, DA-04-01, AMD number 4, to allow a 3-year time extension for the Runkle Canyon Woodlands project located at the south terminus of Sequoia and Talbot Avenues and Watson and Comet Avenues. And Naren Gunasekera, Claudia Pedroso, and Sean Gibson are here to present this item.
If you could change the screen.
Ex parte communications to report.
I met with a client a couple weeks ago, prior to the meeting.
Okay.
I too met with KB Homes about their request for a 5-year.
As did I.
I did as well, and I also met with homeowners of KB about their desire to remain at 3 years. So I met with both parties.
Their desire to remain what?
To remain with 3 years.
Oh.
So I met with both sides, I guess is what I'm saying.
I also spoke to the developer, and I received emails from residents about this.
Okay, great. Thank you. Just so everybody understands, it's not inappropriate for us to talk to the developer, but it usually happens out of this office, and our attorney is very keen on making sure we don't violate the Brown Act by having too many of us with the developer at one time. So I'm just trying to let you know a little bit about what the process is. And I think you used the wrong term, you're not a client. That'd mean you're getting paid.
It's also to address ex parte communications, part of procedural due process. So you're absolutely right.
Okay. So with that, please.
Thank you and good evening, Mayor Mashburn, members of the City Council. Tonight's Runkle Canyon project does date back to the original 2004 development agreement approval, which was the same year the master development was approved. Subsequent amendments occurred in 2012, 2016, and 2019. Tonight's request is the fourth amendment proposed to extend the life of the development agreement and to allow for completion of the community under the envisioned terms. And our associate planner, Naren Gunasekera, will present the project.
Good evening. The applicant, Runkle Canyon LLC, is requesting an amendment to the Runkle Canyon Woodlands Project Development Agreement, DA-04-01, to allow a 5-year time extension. The project is located at the southern terminus of Sequoia Avenue, Talbot Avenue, Watson, and Comet Avenues. It consists of 1,595 acres. The original approval included 298 detached single-family units, 138 senior condos, and a senior recreation facility, 25 custom home lots, and related amenities and infrastructure. The development has been ongoing since 2005. Construction is still pending for the homes for the 25 custom lots, the 138 attached senior condominiums, and the senior recreation facility. The development agreement, which is a contract between the city and the developer to define the development project's rules, regulations, commitments, and policies for a specific time. According to the applicant, construction has been delayed due to COVID-19 and the time lost to the attempt to change general plan designation for the senior housing and estate lots that is denied by the City Council on August 9, 2021. Extending the term will allow the project to be completed and the finalization of the public benefits from the development agreement to be realized. There is a remaining affordable housing in lieu fee of $900,000 to be paid. This will be paid once the zoning clearance is issued for the senior development. Extending the agreement will not have an effect on any of the approved residential densities, approved units, the underlying subdivision, or any infrastructure improvements. The remaining improvements are within the scope of the original project description and the certified environmental impact report and addendum. The Planning Commission heard the project on March 9, 2022, and recommended a 3-year time extension based on concerns that the applicant had not shown sufficient progress towards constructing the senior housing project. The Planning Commission therefore recommends that the City Council approve the development agreement amendment for a 3-year time extension. For the City Council's convenience, staff has included 2 ordinances in the staff report, one for a 3-year extension and the other for a 5-year extension. This concludes my presentation, and staff are available for questions.
Questions of staff. Councilmember Luevanos.
Thank you, Mayor. This was first approved in 2004, is that correct?
Correct.
So, and they've gotten 3 amendments before this, so 3 extensions before this.
Correct.
Are there other developers that during the same time period, when they could have built the estate lots and the senior lots, that delayed due to COVID as well? I want to get a picture of, is that really what the delay was, or was there another reason?
In my understanding, this is a rather unique project, so I'm not. Do you mean like other developers of all types in the city?
Yeah, I want to know like how valid it was, like how many other developers at that time during COVID, said, well, we just can't build because of COVID. Were there other developers that were building during COVID?
At the beginning, yes.
Okay.
Till the supply chain issues hit later on, we did have a lot of activity at the planning department.
Okay, so it still would have been possible for them to build during COVID because other developers were building. Is that correct?
I cannot speak to that because I would let the applicant deal with that question because it speaks to their business practices. So.
Okay, and there are HOA dues that would be charged if they were built. Is that correct?
That is my understanding. Yes.
Okay. I think that's all the questions that I have for now. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay. Any other questions of staff on this item? Yes, Mayor Pro Tem Litzner.
Thank you, Mayor Mashburn. In the staff report, it's, and I believe this was the legal counsel from KB Homes, stated that building permits need to be pulled and work started within the time entitled. So whether we're talking about 3 years, maybe this is a question for Mr. Caceres. So, well, see, whether it's 3 years, so what we're discussing tonight is whether it's 3 years or 5 years. So I guess my question is, what does it, is that first of all, is that accurate? And what does specifically mean work started? For instance, if you've built a wall around the property, has work been started? Or if you've dug the foundation, does that mean work has been started?
I think it'll require some legal analysis, but I'm comfortable after reviewing the letter that there is a vested right towards the development agreement. So it's a little ambiguous as far as what actually needs to be done, but it might have been done so intentionally. There was an amendment that left it a little bit more open. So, but the memo that was provided, I'm in agreement with it.
Okay, thank you.
Anybody else? I've got a question. If first of all, 2 years in a development like that is a very small amount of time, in my opinion, looking at what I've learned over the years I've been involved. And so that doesn't scare me away so much. But it comes to my mind that is there any chance by not extending it, and if you want to call it helping them get through the process, and it's dealing with you folks too, I'm sure, is there any chance that this can turn suddenly? We've seen the state step in multiple times, and if we don't go along with their plan and their method of wanting to finish, is there any chance that at some point the state could come in if it runs out in the 3 years and then say, okay, you have to change everything to a high density or something like that? Do you see any potential roadblocks like that coming?
Yeah,
It seems to me if they have the plan they're looking for and they agree to you folks that they're going to complete the project, and that gives them the time to complete it and the time to get the necessary permits from you, then it doesn't open the door for somebody else like the state, and we know they do, come in and make changes. Does that make sense?
I can probably help with that. If the development agreement were to expire, it is potential that the state's Housing Accountability Act would be applicable. And so in essence, there could be changes.
Okay, so if we set it here tonight for hypothetically 5 years, then it won't expire for that 5 years. Am I correct?
That's correct.
Okay, you just put it a lot simpler than, sorry about that. That's what I was trying to say. So,
Mayor, may I ask one more question?
sure.
Thank you. When we met with KB Homes, and I realized they're going to come and present, but one of the things they shared with us was a development timeline. Have they shared that document with you, 5-year, what they anticipate, why they say it would take 5 years? Is that a document that you have received as well?
We have seen it briefly.
You've seen it briefly. Could you opine on whether that is that is realistic, or that it could be compressed, or could you comment on that then?
Well, every development has their own method of operation, so
Sure.
it's hard to say if it's going to take that long. I've seen much shorter time frames for similar sized projects, but they have their business practices and their goals, so you may want to refer to the applicant why that time frame is spelled out that way.
Okay, fair enough. Thank you.
Any other questions? Nothing. Okay. Public portion of the,
Okay, Mr. Mayor, we do have speaker cards.
okay.
The first speaker, Rebecca Uzumek.
Oh, thank you, sorry.
I get to go first. So do I just plug in here now? All right. Good evening, Mayor and City Council. Thank you so much for having us this evening and for having this item on the agenda. I'll just control on my computer. So my name's Daphne Goxon. I'm here tonight representing the joint venture, Runkle Canyon LLC, which is the joint venture that's developing the Runkle Canyon or the Woodlands project. The request before you tonight, as was mentioned, is for an amendment to the development agreement to extend the term limit or the expiration date. I just want to clarify, this is the fourth amendment, but only the third extension. In 2016, there was an amendment to the conditions of the development agreement, but there was no extension at that time. So that was a discussion with staff earlier. Just wanted to clarify that. So Runkle Canyon LLC is a joint venture between two of the nation's largest home builders. Together, we have over 100 years of shared home building experience and also a long history of working in the city of Simi Valley. In addition, tonight, we have James Vaughn, who's an attorney with the firm that drafted the original development agreement, that worked on the original development agreement, so he's available. He also wrote those memos that I think were referenced earlier regarding just some of the legal considerations. I have available by phone Elena from the architecture firm, Danielian. They were original architects on the project, and they're working right now to have plans ready for the senior site to submit to plan check. We're hoping in the next 2 weeks we'll have plans into plan check. Been working hard at those. But yeah, if you have any questions, I can give her a call or send her a text and get some answers for you. I also have a consultant with me, Nicole Kuklek-Waldman, and then also Hagai Masler, who's also from the joint venture. So the Runkle Canyon specific plan, as was mentioned in the staff report, this is a specific plan that was approved by City Council. It's just under 1,600 acres, 461 homes, and the vast majority of the specific plan area is open space and parkland, as you can see from this land use map. And this specific plan was approved independently of the development agreement, and it remains in perpetuity. So, the land use designations continue to exist regardless of this development agreement. Also, just want to note that the final maps for all of the residential subdivisions have also been recorded, and those also do not have an expiration. So the only item, the only part of the entitlement here today is the development agreement, which is basically an agreement between the city and the developer on the parameters for how development will occur at this site. So, a denial or letting it lapse, basically, it doesn't prevent development at the site, but what it means is the city and the applicant will have to go back to the drawing board and rewrite it all, have attorneys involved. So hopefully that's not something that's being considered today. I think most people want to see this project built out, but just to make it clear that those other parts of the entitlement remain, and it's only the development agreement that's really, on the line tonight. Just to give some recent history, the most recent extension, as was mentioned, was in 2019. At that time, building permits had only been issued for 74 of the single-family homes. Today, all 298 homes not only have completed construction, they've actually closed. So all of them are now closed in the hands of their homeowners. So that's a significant amount of work that's been done. As was mentioned, the only remaining parts of the project to be built are the 138 attached senior condominiums, the senior recreation center, and the 25 estate lots. But we've really been in constant construction for the past 5 years, including during COVID. We did not stop construction on the single-family dwellings. Every single day, there's been construction. And just to answer a question from Councilmember Luevanos, the senior and the estate lots, the reason we paused on those is because of the general plan amendment pre-screen request that we had pending, which you heard last year. So it wasn't, COVID caused delays in construction, but we did continue to build the single-family homes during that time. The main reason for delaying those parts of the project was because of our proposed changes. As I just mentioned, in 2020, after our exhaustive consumer research based on our long experience in home building, we believe that the senior housing element of the project needed to be changed to better meet the market. We don't see a huge demand for the style, the stacked flats with shared elevators and shared hallways in the senior market. COVID certainly impacted that as well. People don't want to have that sort of communal indoor space. So we proposed changes to the plans. We understand the community was very opposed to those changes. The City Council didn't want to see those changes, so we accept that decision. So as I mentioned, those sites were in re-entitlement. We started working with the city. It took 2 years to get to that decision that you came to last year. So during that time, the work on the single-family homes continued uninterrupted. However, we obviously paused work on the senior site and the estate lots while we awaited the decision. So you've asked us to move forward with the project as originally designed, so that's what we're proposing to do today. So the request before you today is simply to give us the time needed to complete the project as approved in the specific plan. We have no substantive changes proposed to the design of the senior site. The only changes are really minute ones in order to bring the project up to code. The building code was updated in 2019, so all of our plans that we had from prior to that suddenly are out of compliance, and it's a lot of work to update those plans. Also, the joint ventures decided to build out the estate lots, so we will be working on those, and we'll be working on those plans following submittal of the senior site to plan check. So what have we done so far? Again, as I mentioned, all of the single-family homes are now actually they're closed. People are living in them or about to be living in them. The vast majority of the landscaping is complete. The landscapers have been working daily to finish the work before summer. And also the grading is complete at the senior site and the estate lots, and the utility infrastructure is in place. So that means that all of the heavy machinery work is done, and we can be ready to start building once the plans have been approved by the building department. And just a note on the HOA dues, since I know it was mentioned in a public comment, or in a public letter, and also was brought up earlier, that the joint venture has been subsidizing this landscaping, been paying for a higher percentage of the landscaping than is actually required because of the lost HOA dues. And also a lot of the HOA dues that will come from the senior site will be to maintain the senior site. Multifamily buildings have a lot more HOA commitment. Multifamily buildings, the exterior is all HOA responsibility. In addition, the senior recreation center with a swimming pool will have a large expense. So a lot of those HOA due losses are either for expenses that no longer exist, or they're being covered by the joint venture through subsidizing the landscaping. So I just wanted to mention that as well. So here's just an aerial view of the senior site to show how it's graded and the roads are already in place. So I think the main discussion here is really about why we need. Hang on, am I on the right presentation here? Oh no, I'm sorry. I think I opened the wrong PowerPoint presentation. Damn it. And I don't have internet to open the other one. I'm so sorry. Do you have the one that I emailed you earlier?
That's all right. I was going to leave you out of the program. So.
Was that an accurate
It would be, did I send you a PowerPoint? Oh, I only sent you a PDF, right? I hope I sent you the right one. I'm on slide 10.
Just to clarify, are none of the slides that you presented so far to date, are they part of this project? Or?
Those ones were all correct, yeah. It's just the next ones are ones that I changed from the planning. This is the Planning Commission
Okay, I just want to make sure we have an accurate record. Yeah. And so that photograph was part of the project that you just showed?
Yes.
Okay, thanks.
Hopefully I sent you the right one. No, okay, this is correct. Thank you so much. Okay, so I think that really the main discussion, certainly I've noticed the stickers in the audience, is really about this 3 versus 5 years. So I just wanted to take some time to explain why it is that we're requesting 5 years specifically. So as was mentioned, our architects have been hard at work updating the senior housing plans to meet current code. This has actually been incredibly complicated and time-consuming. So the original designs are from 2004, which was before the state required solar panels on the roof. So all of the roofs need to be redesigned now in order to have space to fit solar panels. The architecture was complex with gables and eaves and actually didn't leave a lot of roof space for there to be solar panels. So even from 2016, we did have plans that we prepared. The capacity of solar required is now higher. So even those 2016 plans are no longer compliant with 2019 code. In addition, the senior site has 26 individual buildings. It's not one large building, and it's not the same building, repeated 26 times. There's duplexes, 4plexes, 6plexes, and 8plexes, and each of them have their own layouts that's slightly different. So it's been a time-consuming process to update these plans. Fortunately, we're almost done, as I mentioned. Hopefully, we'll be in plan check by the end of this month. But it's just been a time-consuming process, and we have been working on that since the general plan pre-screen, basically. We started getting to work. And then afterwards, plan check alone will take about 4 to 6 months. For the estate lots, there's also a required city administrative process. Those lots did not have any architecture approved in the original design, since they're meant to be, more customized homes. So the architecture for each of those homes will need to be approved by city planning before we can go to plan check. So in total, for those estate homes, it's actually like a year process of just city approval before we can even start building any homes. So if you think about 3 years, a third of that will be spent on city processes. In addition, some more reasons for 5 years. So for the condominiums, for FHA-backed loans in condominium project, half of the units in a project need to be sold before anyone who has an FHA-backed loan can qualify for that loan. So if we built all 138 units, 69 of them would have to be sold before anyone who has an FHA-backed loan would be able to access financing. For that reason, it just makes sense to phase the project so that we're building, say, 20 units at a time or 30 units at a time, so a much smaller number need to be built in order for those people to access funding. So it just makes sense to have a phase out for that site. In addition, as I'm sure you're aware, there have been major supply chain delays which impact all building projects. The senior site requires 26 separate elevators, which would be very difficult to acquire. I'm sure you've all experienced this in your own life, whether it's something you've ordered online that takes, it has a back order, you can't find it in stores, or just, if you've done any remodeling, kitchen countertops, garage doors, all these things are on back order and are stuck on, in boats off San Pedro Harbor. So, it is difficult to get these projects done quickly when we can't get all of the supplies that we need. And just finally, home building takes time, and the remaining homes are more complicated than traditional single-family homes that we've already built. As I mentioned, the elevators, the complex architecture on the senior homes, and the estate lots are spread out. They're not all in one clump. They're at the end of multiple different cul-de-sacs, so it's harder to have that efficiency of home building. You can move to the next slide. So this is the development timeline that was mentioned earlier. So this is just to visualize everything that I've tried to explain. You can see where we are today in May of 2022 at the hearing. This development agreement is expiring next month. Hopefully, no one is wanting to let it lapse next month, and it's really just about the number of years today, but just to put that on the screen. So right now, as I mentioned, we're working on preparing plans. We hope to be in plan check by next month, and hopefully we'll be starting construction on the senior site by the end of this year. That's the goal, and I think it's a very realistic goal at this point. But the senior building is going to take a long time to build because it has to be built in phases, because the buildings are complex and they take longer to build. So we do expect it to take more than 3 years just to build out that site. But we'll be working on an aggressive timeline, pulling building permits for separate ones of the 26 units every other month is our goal until we have all of the building permits pulled. Once we have the senior site in plan check, we'll be starting to prepare plans for the senior recreation center. That should be a little bit faster of a build. We hope to have that done once we start having occupancy in the senior site so that they can start using that amenity. And then the estate lots, we'll be starting those, preparing the plans last. They're not too time-consuming to build, but as I mentioned, there's about a year with the city administrative process and then the plan check process just to get the approval from the city to start building. So, I try to highlight where the 3-year mark is. I think if there's a 3-year approval today, we just cannot finish the project in that time. And, we'll be back here again in 2.5 years with the same request. We do think 5 years is an aggressive timeline, but that it's realistic. And so that's, the push that we're making for today. You can go to the next slide. And so just to, again, put some more sort of facts behind what a 3-year approval means. We started, Lennar and KB Homes started building homes about 8 years ago. And it took 8 years to build the 298 traditional single-family homes. Excuse me. That comes out to about 3.1 homes per month. We have 163 homes left to build, so a 3-year timeline would be 4.5 homes per month. So that's a more aggressive timeline than the one that we've already had. And keep in mind, again, that these remaining homes are more complicated to build. Multifamily units, larger estate lots that are spread out. So it's not going to be possible. We cannot build faster, and a 3-year approval really just means that we'll be back here asking for another extension. And we really are hoping that this will be our final request before you for Runkle Canyon. So next slide. So yeah, our request today, is to approve a 5-year development agreement extension so we can get this project done as it was originally envisioned. I think everyone wants the same thing. The neighbors and the HOA want to see this project finished. City Council, the Planning Commission want to see this project finished. City staff want to see this project finished. They don't want to still be working on it in a few years. And we really want to build homes. A lot of people seem to think that there's some ulterior motive for why we've delayed it. It's cost us money to delay it. We're paying property taxes on vacant land. We're not making revenue from selling homes. There's no advantage to us to sitting on vacant land. And we want to complete this project. Having a 5-year extension will give us that time that we need to complete the project and be able to finally pass it off to the future homeowners. So the best way to achieve the goal is with this 5-year extension so that we can get to work and complete the project. So thank you so much.
Okay, hang on just a minute. Does anybody have any questions of the applicant? Okay, staff, are you good? Okay, at this time, we'll go to the,
Yes, I had questions, but I don't know if you saw your monitor.
okay, hold on. Councilmember Luevanos?
Yes, I had a question about, in terms of, I mean, you said originally you wanted it, you know, what the original vision was. It was originally, you came to us in 2004, the city council, and it was 10 years. So originally it would have been built by 2014. So, you know, I just want there to be forthrightness in terms of, you know, with our residents, in terms of what was the original plan of when it was supposed to be built. I know that there are market conditions of, and last time you guys came to us and said, you know, you couldn't sell the wholesale estate lots as a bulk. So me personally, I have no problem doing 3 years, and if you have to come back, you have to come back. I'm a teacher, so if I see that my student is working, and they're working and making progress, I have no problem giving them an extension, because I know that in good faith, they have been acting towards finishing whatever project or class they need to finish. So that's my opinion. I don't think city council would have an issue saying if we give you 3 years that you come back and give another extension. You guys have already been here, you know, this is your 4th time here. So I don't think there would be a city council member that would be unreasonable and saw that if you were working, you know, that we would deny if you started working on that. In terms of, you know, what it is that, you know, the residents need and the changes, you know, my brother's in construction, my dad's a developer, so I understand that. And laws do change, but that's why, you know, time is of the essence when you're building as well, because time, you know, things do change. It's the state of California, that's construction, you know, and, you know, unfortunately that's what it is. But property values have also gone up, so, you know, the profit margin is also bigger in terms of, you know, what the developer is getting out of it. So I just wanted to ask you that. If we gave a 3-year, would you come, I assume you would come back and ask for more time?
Yeah, yes. If
Okay.
it was 3 years today, you'll see us again in
You'll come back.
2.5 to 3 years.
Okay, and
yes.
then complete the project.
Yeah, and you know, we definitely will have progress to show. We're just, you know, every time that we come, it's our time spent preparing this application, it's staff time working on the application, it's your time hearing us give this same speech, you know, the neighbors' time coming out to hear what we have to say and say their comments. So, you know, we're requesting 5 years because we don't think that people want to keep going through this exercise. But, you know, if it's 3 years, we certainly will have progress to show in 3 years. I don't think you'll be, you know, disappointed. And I do think that in the last 3 years, you know, we have shown progress on the single-family homes, that we've managed to build over 200 homes in that time.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. And so if I did my math right, since 2019, you built 224 homes. Is that accurate, that many homes got? I mean,
Yeah.
you gave us an average over the whole time frame, but basically
Right.
you were able, when you start cracking, you produced quite a few homes in those last 3 years since 2019. Is that an accurate statement?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay.
Those were, again, easier homes to build.
Sure, of
right
course.
next to each other,
course.
single-family detached.
If I understood your presentation, am I understanding that your intention is to build the senior homes first and the state lots basically secondarily? I mean, yes, there's some in tandem, but they wouldn't, as I'm looking at this, it would be another 1.5 years or so, or 2 years before you would actually start building one of these estate homes. Is that accurate?
Everything will be being built in tandem. It's more the administrative work done beforehand. So we have our architects focused on this site. They're very busy, so we have them working on the senior site because it's the most complex. Then we'll do the senior recreation center so that those are sort of built in tandem.
So
Then
you're
the
saying you
estate
don't have
lots will be
the
third.
staff to do it all in tandem? You need architects directed one
The
direction?
architects are working on it one at a time, and then also the estate lots have a longer city review process because we have to do a city planning administrative review before plan check. So the senior homes and the recreation center can go straight to plan check once the plans are developed, but the estate lots need to have their architecture first approved by planning before we can go to building. So the city process for the senior site will be about 4 to 6 months for plan check, but for the estate lots, it'll be about a year. We estimate. I mean, certainly if staff wants to move faster, we would love that, but that's what we're preparing for. Is a year of review before we can even start building, once the architecture is developed. But we do think, those homes will certainly be faster to build than the senior site, which is another reason why, we're starting the senior plans first.
Got it. And maybe this is actually a question for both of you, Mr. Caceres, but I'm going to wait until he's in consultation with the mayor. I'm sorry, Mr. Caceres, I have a question for you at the same time that I want to be sure. The slide that was put up there, the time frame, et cetera, and I should have asked you that before and I had you look at this, but I guess my question is, even if they adhered to this 5-year build-out, would it satisfy, if we were to say 3 years tonight, would they be far enough along in the whole process that it fulfills the need not to have to come back and be?
What I want to do is make sure that nobody on the council kind of prejudges what they're going to approve either 3, 4, 5 years until all of the public testimony has been, an opportunity has been given.
Sure.
So I just want to make sure that takes place. And so your more specific question is?
Oh, just more specific question is, we have this 5-year timeline. It was the slide there. Thank you for putting it back up.
Mm-hmm.
And obviously they've shown us where the 3-year mark is, 5-year what gets accomplished, et cetera. My question, based on the legal correspondence that came from KB Homes, if they stay with this timeline, does it not still satisfy at the 3-year mark because they have basically pulled plans, et cetera, they've put up walls? I guess my question is, whether we entitle 3 or 5 years, could they keep going without having to come back with us? Does that make sense?
I think I understand what you're saying. Pulling permits during construction, these are all positive steps that are moving forward. So it puts the city in a difficult position to stop that process. It's almost like they've become vested. There's a little bit of reliance. So, yeah, I mean, I think it shows good faith effort if they've done the majority of what they've done within
It shows good
3
faith,
years.
but I guess my question is, does it satisfy the requirement that they would not have to come back and ask for an extension?
No, they'll have to come back and ask for an extension. if they're
Even
not
based on what their attorney said, shared?
Because of the pulling of the senior site building permits being phased, we would have to have all the building permits pulled by the 3-year mark, whereas we're currently proposing to be pulling building permits every other month and having it phased out.
That's accurate.
For a number of the reasons that I
Gotcha.
mentioned in the
Okay.
presentation.
That's accurate.
Yeah.
Fair enough. Okay.
And I'm not sure, I mean, there's 26 buildings on the senior site. What counts as starting construction? Starting one or starting all 26?
And that's the question.
And
If you
that's where
start
it gets,
one or two, does that
Yeah.
satisfy that?
it
that
gets confusing.
requirement? Okay.
Absolutely.
So it's not definitive.
Well, each building has a building permit, so there'd be an individual permit for each building.
Right.
So if the goal is to pull all the permits prior to the extension, they would have to pull all the permits for each one of the 26 buildings.
Okay, thank you.
Prior to the expiration of the 3-year time frame.
Okay.
Correct.
But if that's a determination, and I don't want the council to make that determination before all the public testimony.
Of course. Yes.
So I want to go back to what I said earlier. If it expires, and that would be like a term expires, it's over, it's done, and you have to reapply. Am I?
Well, she had indicated there would be a renegotiation of the development agreement. That's accurate. And so I was indicating that if there is a renegotiation, it could subsequently be subject to the HAA, which could change.
So it's putting an opening in the line, which somebody else could step in, meaning the state, and I know we all trust them just incredibly, and change the whole program, and suddenly the residents end up something they had never intended. Or it's not a big chance, I don't think, but if there's any chance at all, I just want to make it clear I don't trust the state.
I hope everyone's in agreement that we shouldn't let this lapse. I don't think, the neighbors are wearing 3s, I noticed, so I don't think they're here to say, please deny it. It's really just about the number of years. So hopefully that's not on the table, a denial, but it certainly would open up the door to a whole whole host of new laws if the development agreement lapsed and it was renegotiated. And, attorneys will find all kinds of problems with the 2004 agreement if we let them.
Well, you could run into the same thing potentially, code changes.
Yeah, just like with the building plans, exactly, where the code changes and suddenly, something that's in that agreement is no longer allowed to be in that agreement.
Okay. Do you have any more questions, Eli?
No, I'm good. Thank you.
Okay. Anybody else? Okay, time to hear from the public.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Rebecca Uzumek?
Good evening. My name is Rebecca Uzemek, and I live in the Woodlands. I'm here because I'm baffled about this extension. 3 years, 5 years, I don't understand why. KB and Lennar have been in business forever. They know how to build homes, they know how to get property, they know how to get lands, they know the permit guidelines, they know all of the requirements that are necessary. These problems started before COVID. So even though they're having problems because of COVID and getting material in and getting people and all of that, everybody, not only KB and Lamar, have had these problems. So to me, when does the 3 years start? When does the 5 years start? And then how long will that take? It's already been sitting there for a large amount of time. So starting 3, starting 5, what does that mean? The residents are the ones that are living with this. You never see KB or Lamar coming by to see that the landscaping's not done, that the weeds are as tall as 5 feet tall, that the grass on the sidewalks and weeds are ridiculous. Nobody drives by to see that until you call and you report, you send pictures. So it's difficult to understand why we would believe that these two builders that have been in business for years and years would tell us now that, yes, we're going to do this. We only need this amount of time. And yet the lady speaking before me, it's very clear to me that in 3 years, they're going to be back because we haven't even started the 3-year or the 5-year period. So in the meantime, the residents are the ones that are dealing with this. So I think it's unfair to always ask the residents to be patient, to understand, and yet we don't get the same thing from those that are doing this types of things to our community. I got a letter saying that I was in violation because I was talking to the gardeners about the work. I get a violation for that, and they can leave property vacant with weeds and possible fire hazard, and nothing happens. So no, I'm not a happy camper because I don't think it's fair that with all this experience, these builders are allowed to keep getting extensions and not complete what they said they were going to do. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Al Alvarez?
Mayor, council members, good evening. My name is Al Alvarez. I live on Sequoia Avenue at the Woodlands. My wife and I moved to the Woodlands in November of 2016. When we purchased our home, we knew that we were moving into a construction zone. We knew we would have to put up with construction traffic, dust, dirt, everything else that comes with construction. However, the construction was supposed to be completed by 2019. This project received an original approval in 2004 with a validity for 10 years. First amendment in 2012, 5-year extension. Second amendment 2016, 3-year extension. Third amendment 2019, 3-year extension. The builder claims that they need an extension because they couldn't complete the project due to market conditions not being favorable. During the last 3 years, we have experienced an unprecedented real estate market where everything sells, as well as the lowest interest rates in our lifetimes. After accepting the last extension on June 2019, with stipulations that no changes would be made to the original plan, which had been approved for this project, the developer spent a substantial portion of the extension period pursuing a redesign of senior housing and changing the number of homes to be built on each estate lot. However, after wasting 2 years working on their plans, the city council denied the requested redesign. If the builder felt changes needed to be made to the original plans, the time to tell the city council and the homeowners was on June 2019, not 2 years into the extension period. I believe that an extension should be approved at this time, but for 3 years as the planning committee recommended, not for 5 years. How can the builder be trusted to complete construction and not to make changes to the original plan after lying consistently to the homeowners and to the city council dating back to the beginning? What is to stop them from pursuing changes again during an extension period before building and completing the final construction of 163 remaining homes? City council needs to consider the amount of money that an extra 2 years would cost the city in loss of revenue from property taxes and improved land, and how much it would cost the homeowners in HOA dues not being paid by unsold homes. I strongly recommend that the city council approves a 3-year extension and lays out requirements for the builder to follow, such as starting construction within 60 days after final permits are approved, starting construction on both the seniors units and the custom estate lots at the same time. They need to be built concurrently, and guarantee the homeowners and the city council that they will not pursue making any changes to the original plans as they tried to do last year. City council might want to ask the builder, why, if it takes 6 to 8 months to get final plans approved, why did they not start working on those when they were denied their request 7 months ago? 7 months ago have been wasted with nothing being done. I would like to thank you for all the work that you do to improve our city and ask you to consider the homeowners that are being impacted by this extension when making your final decision. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ivana Mayer.
Mayor Mashburn, City Council members. My name is Ivana Mayer, and I live in the Woodlands. First, I would like to thank you for everything you do for the city and the residents of Simi Valley. I'm here this evening to make an urgent request on behalf of the concerned citizens of the Woodlands. Please limit the extension to 3 years. If the developer needs more time after 3 years and shows progress, we are a reasonable community. We are tired of meeting here for the same reasons, tired of listening about the Runkle Canyon project, and tired of the never-ending construction. We are tired of the massively negative impact this has on our community, our city, and our quality of life. We are tired of the high dues we're paying to compensate for the builder's lack of management skills. The only hope we have tonight is our city standing behind us. This developer needs to show you and us due diligence, and you can make that happen by not allowing more than 3 years. The only thing so far the developer has shown us is deceit, delays, and excuses. I will remind you that this will be the builder's 4th extension. In fact, that same builder stood in front of you, the same people, 3 years ago with the same promise that they will finish the estate lots, the senior, and the remainder of 74 homes in that time. Elevators, garage doors, all of the excuses. But the market conditions are not favorable. You will hear this excuse being parroted over and over if you listen to many planning and city hearings. Market conditions, interest rates, recession, COVID, what's next? Alien invasion? Currently, KB Home has over 80 construction sites in California alone. They were able to easily sell all 74 homes built during COVID for the price they wanted, over $1 million. The thing is, for a home to be sold, it needs to be built. You, our great city council, has shown us over and over that you stand behind your residents. You are what keeps wrongdoers in check and our city protected. Tonight, we're asking you to protect us again, to protect what, for most of us, is a once-in-a-lifetime investment. Please don't let them continue the big lie while we're paying high dues and suffering impaired quality of life. Please protect your citizens in any capacity you can. Please do not allow the builder to continue abusing this community with no end in sight. And please continue doing the right thing. Thank you.
Thank you.
Dusan Stankovic.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I don't have a prepared speech, so I'm kind of going to wing this. So if you didn't figure it out from my name that probably 99% of you would never be able to pronounce properly, and that's totally fine. I'm an immigrant, I'm Serbian, and my people have this like legend about these two noblemen building this super fancy castle on the top of a hill and everything. It's supposed to be great, but they start building and it's always something. It's like devils and witches and I don't know, evildoers, whatever. And the construction never ends. So this kind of reminds me, the whole KB thing reminds me of this legend. Eventually, they finished it with this human sacrifice, but hopefully KB won't go there. I hope. I'm looking at Mr. Masler, but so essentially, what I want to say is they always have an excuse for everything, and I'll try to kind of dispute a couple of them. So this project was approved in 2004. If you grant them a 5-year extension, this project will be finished, therefore, in 2027. That means it would be a total of 23 years. Well, Taj Mahal was built in 22. And hopefully, KB has a little bit more modern technology than a 17th century grieving Maharaja, but, granted, Taj Mahal doesn't have elevators. When we were at the elevators, I took it upon myself because I heard the same argument during the Planning Commission and the previous city meeting. So I pulled some context and I got context from people from Schindler, Kone, and Otis. So I called all of them. Nobody heard about any elevator shortage. And I would also like to mention that Otis is made in USA. They're not imported from China. They cost a few bucks more, but probably that's why, they don't have them. So the other problem was essentially money and unfavorable market conditions. I'll bet you I can sell those lots, I can sell those homes, senior homes, whatever. I've never sold a property in my life. I could sell them in a day. I mean, whoever says that last year, the year before was unfavorable market, I mean, I don't know what they think favorable is, but I don't think it's gonna happen anytime soon. Regarding the money, so this is from KB's website. Homes delivered increased 26% to 13,472 during COVID. Revenues 5.72 billion with a B, up 37%. Pre-tax income grew 91% to 695 million. Net income 91% to 564 million, and diluted earnings per share rose 92%. So they're making plenty of money, and I don't think really that's the problem. When you think about it, the last extension they got, they literally lost scheming against you and against us. Nothing happened. Ms. Daphne, I'm sorry, I forgot your last name, said that there's a constant construction for the last 5 years. I live there. I drive there multiple times up and down the street. Nothing's happening. Absolutely nothing's happening. That's a plain out lie once again. The reason why we, the residents, are asking you for 3 years is so that the builder feels some pressure. Because if they don't, they will most likely, as they did before again and again and again, use this extension again to just try and maximize their profits, fill up their pockets at our expense. That's pretty much all. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Julianne Pinter.
Keep my comments short. I didn't have anything prepared other than to say that since the time of the last extension, I now qualify for the retirement home in our community that they're going to build. So that gives you an idea. I do have elderly in-laws. They are, my father-in-law is going to be turning 90, and they moved down from Northern California to Southern California. And they don't live too far away, but wouldn't it be nice if those of us who live in the community could have our parents and other elderly people in the community within the next 3 years? One of the nice things about Simi Valley when I moved here, I lived in the Big Sky development when I first moved here, and we saw, a lot of things happen during the Great Recession that impacted the value of homes. Now we finally see as homeowners the skyrocketing, wonderful prices of our homes, and yet we can't find comps because there's not that many homes there's no estate lots built, et cetera. We tried to refinance our home recently, and it was very difficult on the appraisal to get the value of the home we wanted because our home didn't have that many comps in our neighborhood. We have a lot of new homes. I just think that with CME's economy, we've had a lot of stagnation. We've had a ton of small businesses close in this community, which really breaks my heart. And I just feel like if we can just stimulate our economy in the smallest of ways, one of those ways is beginning to make the builder follow through on their promises, break that ground, begin that construction. It will help flourish our economy. We'll also get further taxes. We'll get breaks on our HOA dues. There's all sorts of benefits to allow the 3 years and not the 5 years so that the builder can then try and retool on the estate lot some other plan, some nefarious plan perhaps. I do find it kind of suspicious that the estate lots aren't going to be built out until much later. So it's almost 3 years later if you look at that timeline. Because I think the actual construction of the homes, the building of the homes begins around 2025. And that seems strange to me, so I feel like maybe there's another plan to make a go at that later, to try and get the city council to change their mind and maybe divide those lots, which I would think would be a terrible thing. So we just ask you, for our community, to make them abide by their agreements, and we are open after 3 years if they are close to completion or they've made a very good effort to letting them obviously complete the projects at that time. So thank you.
Thank you.
Howard Roth.
Good evening. My name is Howard Roth. I'm a treasurer for the Homeowners Association at the Woodlands. Speaking as a resident, I'd like to see them finish as soon as possible. Speaking as a treasurer, I want to make you aware of the financial burden that we're seeing from the situation. Runkle Canyon LLC is subsidizing some of the maintenance. Approximately 59% of the monthly landscaping bill is paid by Runkle Canyon. It's about $20,000 a month. They're also paying for 5 of the 28 installed water connections. And based on the percentage of land that's covered from the maintenance for those, I estimate it's about 11% of the water that they're paying for. And that comes out to about $3,000 a month. The 163 units that are not yet built, if they had all been paying the amount that we're all paying right now, that would amount to $46,000 of revenue per month for the association. Runkle Canyon is paying $23,000. That means there's an extra $23,000 that we would be collecting. In reality, it means we would reduce our dues by $75 per month. Now, it was mentioned something about the senior center. My understanding is the senior center would be paying our dues as well as additional dues for a sub-homeowners association that would take care of their individual units separately. So they'll actually have higher dues overall. But they should be paying into our association as well. So again, we could be paying $75 less per unit if all of the units that should have been built by now, and they promised 3 years ago would be built by now, we would be, as I said, $75 less per month. Now, you also very wisely caught that memo at the back that says, as long as they've pulled the permits and started work, they can keep going forever. Therefore, if we give them 5 years to pull the permits, it's just going to take that much longer for them to actually finish. If we restrict it to 3 years, they have to have the permits pulled in 3 years. They don't have to come back here, and they'll finish whenever they finish. Because the reality is, all you're deciding tonight is how long for them to start, 3 years or 5 years. Once they've started, per that legal agreement, they can continue as long as they want. So lastly, there needs to be an incentive for them to finish. And there hasn't been one. It needs to be a financial incentive I'd love for you to tell them they have to start paying all the dues. It would be great if there was a timeline with milestones that they commit to, that if they haven't started certain work by a certain date, they got to pay a certain amount of money, because there needs to be some incentive for them to actually finish this project. There hasn't been one, and that's why we're here for the fourth time with an extension. That's pretty much it. Please do something to help us so we can stop paying the inflated dues and get them to finish the project. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Barbara Williamson?
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, my name is Barbara Williamson. I'm a 50-year resident. And from 2004 to 2022 is 18 years. Of those 18 years, there have been 3 time extensions for a total of 11 years. Now they're asking for another 5 years, making it a total of 16 years. Don't you think that the 300 households in this community deserves to be put first instead of KB, who can't seem to get their act together regardless of how much time you give them? It's time to kick the can down the road and support the residents instead of the developer, who seems to be taking advantage of your good nature. And listening to the treasurer of the association, an incentive sounds really like a good idea. Thank you.
Doreen Stoutland?
Can these be handed out just in case they didn't get read? These were actually sent to your emails. So good evening, Mayor Mashburn, City Council members. Thank you for all you do for the City of Simi and taking the time to hear our concerns. My name is Doreen Stoutland. I'm a homeowner since July 2016 and a current board member since October 2016. I'm standing before you once again, not to object to an extension, but to ask the council to vote in favor of only a 3-year extension. One of my concerns is this is the builder's 4th extension, putting this project out to 2027, if granted a 5-year extension. Please remember the original plans for the senior center was presented to the Planning Commission in 2012 by Tom DePrima. That was 10 years ago that our community and the City of Simi was promised this much needed senior housing. Just to make a few things clear on the presentation by KB Homes, when referencing phasing on FHA, that's actually KB's sales model. They phase things in, they never build ahead. And also, Lennar has built on Galena and Cochrane with no supply chains, as you've seen how fast all those, I don't know if they're calling them garden homes or town centers, have gone up. Also, in reference to the 298 homes that were built, KB was 50% joint venture owner with Lennar, so they almost had a 50-50 split on that 298 homes. And actually, those homes started selling in 2016, not in 2019. So if they claim they could have built 298 homes since 2019, they should be able to build 163 units in 3 years. Second, in our community's loss of homeowner revenue, the DRE budget was determined by including these 163 parcels, which are still unsold, but more disturbing, not even built. Over the next 3 years, we will have lost up to $1.6 million in lost revenue. The builder will claim they subsidize, and as Howard stated, and they do on landscaping, but if they had completed in the last 3 years as promised, the loss of revenue moving forward wouldn't be in concern. Also, Howard touched on, they pay about $20,000 in landscaping by KB. They do subsidize their own homeowners as part of their contract, but not the Lennar Lennar homeowners do not have any of their homeowner dues subsidized. In reference to the senior center, yes, they have 2 HOAs, so that was not accurate. They will have their own for their facility, but they will also pay into the main HOA dues. So, on that note, as I understand it, and now have seen that Runkle Canyon KB Homes laid out a timeline and guideline plan for their 5-year extension to the city council. Unfortunately, that wasn't shared with the public or posted. So, unfortunately, this has no merit or validity. Per section 25, no one can hold a builder to a timeline. But per the Woodland Hills CC&Rs, which was written by the builder, Article 3, Section 3.311, states that the CC&R states that notwithstanding anything set forth in the CC&Rs, the association has the power to enter into any maintenance, use, subsidy, or similar agreements with the developer or a guest builder. So, if Runkle Canyon KB is true to their word and with the plan presented to the council, they should have no problem entering into an agreement with the HOA, especially regarding the loss of revenue and timeline. So, I'd like to take this opportunity to ask for KB and Runkle LLC to rise up and make yourselves accountable to the Woodlands community and surrounding neighborhoods and enter into an agreement with the Homeowners Association with loss of revenue and timeline. Thank you.
Thank you.
Stacy Vanderschaft.
Okay.
Salwa Scarpone.
Thank you.
Thank you. Craig Rayburn.
So my name is Craig Rayburn. I've lived in this town my whole life. I rode motorcycles up in Runkle Canyon. I've watched it get tore up, so I decided I might as well live there if it's gonna happen. So I bought a place last year. I'm at the end of High Point, and they tore that up back there to build those estate lots 8 years ago. So those lots have been vacant for 8 years. So my question to KB Homes and the council members is, when is enough? I mean, those lots are sitting vacant for 8 years. Nothing's been done. I actually mow the lawn back there because no one else will do it. 3 weeks ago, there was pylons set up for construction. They did something, and they just left the pylons there. There's no self-policing of the area. So if we aren't stewards of that area right now because they're not doing anything, nothing's going to happen. So I just wanted to make sure that everybody heard that. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Joe Pachowski.
Good evening, Mayor Mashburn, members of the City Council. I live in Wood Ranch, kind of far away from Runkle Canyon, but we're still in the same City Council district, District 4. And I'm here tonight to support the residents of District 4. The fact of the matter is that when this project was first developed, when it first came before the City Council, 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5, all 5 members of this council now were not on this council when this project was developed. This year, at least 2, if we take you both at your word, members of this council will not be running for re-election. Councilmember Luevanos is running for Congress in the Palmdale, Santa Clarita district, currently occupied by Mike Garcia. Mayor Mashburn's announced that he's not running for re-election for his seat. In 2024, there's going to be another election, and we could be replacing 2 more council members. Giving the 5-year extension could very well just end up seeing KB and Lennar coming back before an almost entirely new council to try to do what they tried to do last year. Enough is enough. They have to be held accountable for what they've committed to do. And frankly, I was initially kind of wondering whether or not they should be given any kind of an extension at all. Maybe the council needs to let that expire and force them to the negotiation table to cover the HOA shortfall, to cover the lost property taxes to the city. You know, with the kind of property taxes that this project should be bringing in, we may not even need to be discussing cannabis, but that's another story. But in consultation with some of the residents of the Woodlands area, they favor a 3-year extension. Why? To get this thing done. Let's get it done. Fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. Fool me 4 or 5 times. I don't know. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, that was the last speaker card.
Okay, would the applicant like any rebuttal?
I made out a card. Mike on the hall.
Oh, okay, let us look for it.
It's a yellow.
Yeah, you just fill out another one when you're done.
You find it? Napa with an L. Okay, good evening. I'll make it real short because everyone's covered the majority of what I was going to say. But let me first deal with an area of concern that you had, Mr. Mayor. The issue, if the extension runs out and the state can come in and make changes, that can happen right now if you let it run out. That can happen in 3 years if you let it run out. That can happen in 5 years if you let it run out. If you don't let it run out, if we do the 3 years now and you do the extension, we're going to be right where we are now, where the state cannot come in and do what you're proposing they can do. Okay, so that's the first thing. The second is that they've had enough time to develop all of these lots. Many of times during HOA meetings, I have asked them if they would be interested. I have called them if they would be interested in selling one of the custom lots. They said no. Why not? Well, we tried selling all of the lots and we couldn't sell them. It's just not the right time. I'm willing to buy a lot. Well, we don't want to sell a lot. Well, what if I buy 3 or 6 lots? No, I don't want to sell 6 or 3 or 6 lots. What if I get my investment consortium to come in and buy all 25-year lots? Well, we're not really interested in selling the 25 lots. This is in the same breath that they told me that they couldn't find a buyer for the lots. So this has been an ongoing thing with, I don't want to belabor this whole thing, but every single discussion I've ever had with them, in the same breath that they tell me white, they tell me black. And I'm sitting there going, how am I supposed to trust someone that they're going to now abide by the 5-year extension if in every other case they have not, and they've lied to me or double talk. And that's my concern. So I'm for the 3-year extension only because that's the only option that we have, over the 5. And that's basically it.
Thank you. Yeah, you can come on.
All right, thank you so much, and thank you to everyone who spoke. I was at the hearing last year listening, and, we hear a lot of these same concerns. Absolutely, we sympathize with the homeowners. And again, I think we're all here with a common goal. We all want this project to be done. There is no advantage to us to leave this project unfinished. I think that we've provided reasoning for why there have been delays so far, and we just want to not focus on excuses and just move forward. Ultimately, I think it's about 3 versus 5 years. We cannot build faster. 3 years does not mean that we'll be able to complete this project in 3 years. What it means is we'll all have to go through this exercise again. Everyone will have to take this time out. Staff will have to spend the time working on this project. Whoever it is that's sitting on the city council will have to hear all these same comments again. So we're asking for 5 years so that we can have this be the last extension, so that we have the time needed to complete this project, so that we can help alleviate these frustrations from the homeowners and get this project completely finalized. So that's all I have to say. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. At this time, the hearing is closed. Is there anything staff would like to say?
No additional items. No.
No comments? Okay, now we'll go with comments from the council. And after that, we'll do a motion and move forward. So, looking for names on the thing. Okay. Councilmember Luevanos.
I don't have comments, but I am ready to make a motion when you are ready, Mayor.
Okay, I asked for, if you could just.
Well, I'll just make my very short comments. Thank you all for coming out tonight. I know many of you work, and this is, coming after work, and you're here, and so thank you for just engaging in the civic process. I really appreciate that you're here. And I hear you. I hear what you're saying. You buy a home, there are promises made, and you expect something, to be done. And it's a long, long time. From 2004 to 2014, that was 10 years, and now we're going to be going on, more than 20. I think you've been patient enough. So I think you know which way I'm going to propose. So thank you for coming out.
Any other comments from the council?
I will, just real short and sweet. Thank you for coming out. I met with the developer and listened to their concerns, and we listened to yours. And in my opinion, it has taken way too long. And if the only way we're going to see things accomplished and see things done is to shorten the time frame, then that might be what we have to do. I understand the concerns that KB has given, but I've also watched all those houses go up at Sycamore Grove, and I've watched all those apartments get built on Sycamore Drive. And it seems like maybe Simi Valley just wasn't your number one project at the time. And I think we need to be number one. So that's kind of where I'm going.
Okay, I'll give my comments. First off, I didn't talk to the residents one-on-one with a couple of you, but I didn't attend any homeowners association meetings or what have you. So I wanted to sit through this hearing all the way and hear what everybody had to say, just like the last time we heard a similar request. And I think this has to show that local government does work, because you came out and you all said your piece, and you all did it with respect, which I certainly appreciate here. I'd like to say that, yeah, I do have a tiny bit of concern, but I didn't hear a real conviction from staff or the city attorney saying, yes, if you let this expire, the state will move in. And sometimes we have to play the odds. And I also tend to agree with the gentleman spoke near the end, and that you're just going to extend it at 3 years. And so it'll continue on. So based on that, and based on your testimony tonight, I think it's time to stick with the Planning Commission recommendation and move on. And at the end of the 3 years, if we need to do this again, I see a group of people out here that are willing to come in and again speak, and that's great. So I think you know where I'm going. Elaine Litster.
I will be brief. I do think, as one gentleman said, that there could be an ability for, I would like to see more concurrent development with the senior, as well as the state lots. I understand that maybe it takes longer in our city plan, but I also believe we could put, maybe if you could put more resources that direction, it could be done quicker. But I realize that doesn't necessarily change your timeline. I'm looking at your timeline. But I do think that, I'm hoping the timeline can be compressed. If it can't, it can't. We will see you in 3 years. But I know that we're looking forward to seeing development happening, and I know that you're committed to that, and I appreciate that. And I do appreciate that everyone here, I didn't hear one person say, we just want to cut it off. We're done with it. I do think, I appreciate that the residents are recognizing that the partnership's important and appreciate the work you're doing. There's just a desire to make it happen quicker and more expeditiously if possible, and we'll see if that is possible. I understand you will be investigating that. But I think that that I too appreciate the efforts of the Planning Commission, how they ruled, and I too feel that we're going to need to, I would like to see that 3-year time frame, and knowing that it may have to go longer, and when that happens, I'm hoping that there'll be a show of excellent progress, and it will be just a very quick slam dunk for you and not terribly expensive if that becomes necessary. So that's hopefully my desire. So thank you.
Mayor, may I make a motion?
Yes, you may.
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry? Oh.
Okay. I didn't want to interrupt you, Councilman Judge. Okay. I move to introduce ordinance number 1339, approving development agreement amendment number DA-2021-0001, parentheses DA-04-01, AMD number 04, to allow a 3-year time extension and reuse of the certified final environmental impact report and addendum for the Runkle Canyon Woodlands project.
Second.
Motion second, call for the vote.
The motion passes unanimously.
Yeah, we'll take a 10-minute break. Okay. We'll bring the meeting back to order.
Mr. Mayor, we'll continue with public hearings. Next item is Agenda Item B, 5B. A public hearing to consider city-initiated municipal code text amendments Z-S-2022-0001 to amend portions of Title IX of the Simi Valley Municipal Code to provide clarifications, definitions, and updated development permit procedures, a determination that the amendments are exempt from the California Environmental Quality Act, CEQA, and introduction of an ordinance. The reading of the ordinance is as follows. Ordinance number 1341, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Simi Valley for Z-S-2022-0001 to amend portions of Title IX of the Simi Valley Municipal Code to provide clarifications, definitions, and updated development permit procedures, a determination that the amendments are exempt from the California Environmental Quality Act, CEQA. And Alexandra Klingman, Claudia Pedroso, and Sean Gibson are here to present this item.
Ready.
Good evening, Mayor Mashburn, members of the City Council. The purpose of tonight's public hearing is to present the latest round of development code amendments to comply with state law, help streamline permitting and entitlements, and resolve miscellaneous typographical errors found in the code. After tonight, upcoming amendments in the next several months will be presented to you, which will also include additional cleanup items, plus revisions to parking, signage, SB 9 provisions, and objective development standards, to name a few. Assistant Planner Alex Klingman will now present tonight's report.
Good evening, Mayor Mashburn and City Council members. Tonight, we will be presenting ZS 2022-0001, a request to consider city-initiated municipal code text amendments that will revise various portions of Title IX of the Development Code in order to provide clarifications, definitions, and updated development permit procedures, and a determination that the amendments are exempt from the California Environmental Quality Act. Title IX of the Simi Valley Municipal Code, known as the Development Code, was comprehensively updated in January of 2006. Over time, staff has identified various revisions needed to ensure the code remains in compliance with state law, to provide clarifications, and to adjust to the needs of the built environment, regional economy, and the community. In December of 2018, City Council authorized staff to prepare various updates to the Development Code. On February 23rd, staff presented 29 code amendments to the Planning Commission. The Commission voted unanimously to recommend that the City Council approve these amendments, with the exception of wildlife deterrent fencing and revisions to the definitions of food stores, convenience stores, balconies, and decks. The following amendments include community requests, staff recommendations, and Planning Commission revisions. The first amendment focuses on family daycare home requirements. In the current Development Code, a conditional use permit is required for a family daycare home serving up to 14 children. This amendment will eliminate the CUP requirement to comply with California State Senate Bill 234. This law prohibits cities and counties from requiring any state-licensed family child care home from having to obtain a zoning permit for their operation. To ensure minimal impact on residential neighborhoods, family daycare homes are subject to all development standards applicable to single-family dwellings. This revision will provide consistency within the Development Code and comply with SB 234. The next amendment will establish definitions and permit requirements for convenience stores, food stores, and supermarkets. A convenience store will be defined as a small retail business, 8,000 square feet or less, that is open for extended hours and may be ancillary to another function such as a gas station. The Planning Commission further clarified that a convenience store would sell a majority of food products for off-premises consumption. Food stores will be defined as a retail business where the majority of the floor area is occupied by food products that are packaged for preparation and consumption away from the site of the store. The Planning Commission clarified that food stores are 8,001 to 50,000 square feet in size. Supermarkets will then be defined as a retail business 50,001 square feet or greater, which sells a line of dry grocery, canned goods, non-food items, and some perishable items. The next amendment proposes to add fence material options in residential zones. Currently, the code allows decorative block, pilasters, wrought iron, and wood materials to be used for residential fences and walls. This amendment will add vinyl fencing to this list of allowable materials. This revision will provide residents with additional design and privacy options. The next amendment will modify zoning clearance requirements for residential fences. Currently, a zoning clearance is not required for fences or walls that are 6 feet or less in height. This revision will require an applicant to obtain a zoning clearance for any fence or wall over 42 inches in height within the front yard setback. This will ensure compliance with traffic site safety standards and the 50% see-through fence provisions. The next amendments will modify ADU requirements. Currently, the roof slope of a proposed ADU is required to match the roof slope of the primary dwelling. This increases staff's processing time and adds additional cost to the applicant, which is not in line with the city's and state's efforts to streamline the ADU permitting process. This amendment will also help to support increasing the city's housing supply by allowing additional ADUs. This next section includes 2 additional cleanup items. Bullet point 1 will remove size limitations for ADUs made through the conversion of an existing accessory structure or a portion of the existing primary residence to comply with the state law. Bullet point 2 will clarify that when an attached ADU is proposed with new construction or in addition to an existing single-family dwelling, the ADU can be no larger than 50% of the existing square footage of the home, or 800 square feet, whichever is larger, but up to a maximum of 1,000 square feet. Additionally, the current code states that detached ADUs over 800 square feet cannot cover more than 40% of any yard. This amendment will clarify that the 40% rule only applies to a required yard. The definition of a required yard will be added to the glossary and is shown in the shaded areas in the diagram above. The next amendment will modify temporary use permit requirements. Currently, temporary residential cargo containers used for moving goods or temporary storage are allowed for a maximum of 10 days per calendar year with a temporary use permit. Staff recommends this revision to increase this duration to 28 days maximum per calendar year. This section will also clarify that a TUP is not required for cargo containers when used in conjunction with a valid building permit. The next amendment, staff proposes a revision to clarify the difference between a balcony and a deck. A balcony is a platform attached to a structure above the first floor level, for example, the second floor, as shown in Image A. A deck is a platform at the first floor level, as shown in Image C. For further clarification, the Planning Commission suggested to add the language that a deck is not to exceed the finished level of the first floor. With these definitions, the following setbacks are established. Balconies require a minimum 20-foot front, 8-foot side, and 18-foot rear yard setback. Decks 30 inches or more above grade require a minimum 20-foot front, 8-foot side, and 18 rear yard setback. Decks 30 inches or less above grade require a minimum 20-foot front, 5-foot side, and 5-foot rear yard setback. The final amendments will make minor corrections to definitions and miscellaneous typographical errors in the development code that were made inadvertently. It is the Planning Commission's recommendation that the City Council introduce an ordinance approving ZS 2022-0001 to amend portions of Title IX of the Simi Valley Municipal Code. This concludes our presentation, and staff is available for any questions.
Let me push this button. Okay. Council comments, starting with Councilmember Luevanos and then Mayor Pro Tem Litzner.
I just have a quick question. How do these amendments impact projects that are already approved but not built yet?
For projects that are approved or not built, once these code amendments are adopted into the ordinance and the appeal periods have expired, applicants may choose to modify their approvals through a modification to their plans, should they desire that.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. I just had a couple quick questions in the report that I didn't hear you address, but appreciate your report. Thank you, your presentation. On page 4, it mentions that we are adding convenience stores to the permitted use for civic center. Why are we adding convenience stores to the civic center? Am I misunderstanding maybe what civic center is? Or civic center district, excuse me. 9A, this revision will add convenience stores as permitted use in the mixed use zone and a conditionally permitted use in the commercial neighborhood district, civic center district, and the commercial plan development zone, et cetera. So I'm trying to understand why we would have convenience stores in the civic center district.
Yeah, the Civic Center District is one of the zoning districts in the city, and if you could, we could pull a matrix up to see that list of uses.
Yeah. So previously, before this amendment, convenience stores were considered part of the food store definition, which was a permitted use in the Civic Center District. So now with this clarification, we are just keeping the same permitted use, just clarifying that this is now considered a convenience store.
Got it. So I guess I didn't know that we could have in the middle of the library or in this, isn't this just, is the Civic Center District just this square block? Am I missing? It is just this block, right?
Primarily, we didn't evaluate the overall categories of the uses. We just carried forward the theme of the food store to what's
I got it.
there.
Okay. Well, I don't know that it's, it was just it was a curiosity. I didn't understand it, and okay, fair enough. I understand why it is what it is, but it was, okay. Let me just quickly ask one more question then. And I don't, but but going back to the Civic Center, not that we would ever have food here unless, I guess we could.
Sure.
But I guess that, okay, fair enough. Okay. Page 7. I just didn't understand it very well, and I'm sure you can explain it quickly for me. 14A, you talked about ADU restraints on size. It says this section will also remove size limitations for ADUs made through the conversion of an existing accessory structure or a portion of the existing primary residence. So can you help me understand what that looks like and what that means?
This is a allowance that comes from the state. We are not able to restrict size for ADUs of this type. So it's just clarifying what information we get from the state into our code. So if you're converting an already existing accessory structure, we cannot restrict the size of that.
Okay, or if you're taking a portion of the existing primary residence, you can't restrict that by state mandate.
That's correct. When we first adopted our latest ADU ordinance, there's some further clarification came down from the state in the past couple of years where we had to we're further adjusting our current ordinance to stay in compliance with the state interpretations.
Got it. Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Are we ready for a motion or?
Mr. Mayor, we have no speaker card for this item.
I guess there's something official I should read, but I move that we accept all of these changes as specified.
Second.
That includes the introduction of ordinance number 1341, approving ZS 2022-001.
Thank you. To amend portions of Title IX of the Simi Valley Municipal Code. Thank you.
The motion passes unanimously.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council, next on the agenda is item 6, public statements. During this agenda item number 6, City Council will hear public statements from persons who have previously submitted speaker cards and did not speak under agenda item number 4. Speakers will be called on in the order in which their card was submitted to speak for this public statements item 6 for a period of no more than 3 minutes each. Persons addressing the City Council are requested to state their name and community of residence for the record. We do have speaker cards, Mr. Mayor. The first speaker, Michael Lasher.
Sorry, better read my notes. I hope I'm under the right topic. I'm here to speak about item number 9B on the agenda. Okay, wonderful. So my name is Mike Lasher. I'm the staff director of the California Pool and Spa Association. We are the industry organization that represents many facets, including those that build pools, those that clean them and repair them, that manufacture products, and everything in the supply chain related to pools and spas. And the reason that we're here tonight, and a couple of folks who came up and spoke, is obviously we're in a drought situation, and a very serious one. And so it's our understanding the council here is here to consider declaring a stage 4 emergency. And while the published version of this states just a restriction on watering lawns, stage 4 does trigger some other things that are somewhat elective or can be enacted, and among those are a restriction on new swimming pools. And there are things that you can do to save water. Some of them are fruitful, and some of them are less fruitful. And when it comes to swimming pools, you're talking about a lot of economic effect for little benefit of what you get back in water. If you take all the water that's used by pools that from new pools built within a year, that's going to account for less than a fraction of 1% of the city's use of water. And you can compare that to a car wash, and a car wash uses 1% of the city's water. And they have recycling for the water, but it just uses more. You know, the cars are wet when they come out. You've got that evaporation happening there. So pools are not the water wasters that we think they are. So Council Member Kavanaugh mentioned that you had a pool, so don't feel guilty. And I have a pool too. Been a resident here in Simi Valley for the last 19 years, and it's our pool is essential. Well, for some people they are for exercise, and so our car wash is essential. This is another point I would make is that right now, swimming pool industry or contractors that build them are the only ones that stand to be affected by the things that we're doing for the drought. And again, because of the economic impact against them, they all employ people here within the community. They stand to be affected. So I would urge you, if you are going to do anything on the drought, that you think long and careful on what you may do for limiting new construction on swimming pools because of the impact. And the other thing that's on there is, of course, changeover of water and limiting it to a foot a month, I believe it is. And we don't feel that's unreasonable. There are actually there's a process called osmosis that homeowners can use. They don't even need to do a changeover. The reason they do those changeovers is to the water no longer holds chemicals the way they should, so they've got to change some of it out. Well, there's osmosis that can do that without even draining off any of the water. So that's about it. I do have my card with the association. We've got lots of resources. We actually do publish a standard for water conservation in swimming pools through our national association, the Pool and Hot Tub Alliance. And we're happy to share some of that information as we're looking, and we'd love to partner with the community about how to save, like how to conserve water if you do have a pool, how to conserve even more water. We're being urged to save, to reduce our consumption by what, 30%? So every little drop we're looking for. But again, you're not going to find many of those drops in swimming pools as much as you would think. That's all I've got. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. FYI, we're going to move your agenda item 9B forward right after these public statements.
Wonderful, thank you.
I know you're excited about watching this whole process.
Amar Nadig.
I'm here to speak for 8B. Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Amar Nadig. I'm a director for the County of Ventura for Seva International. We are listed as one of the beneficiaries for the ARPA grant, and I don't know what the outcome is yet, but we have been listed in there. I'm here to sort of bring some light into what we do in the Simi Valley area specifically. We started a food distribution about a year ago, and we have, since the year, we have served about 10,000 families locally in the city. And we have served about 450,000 pounds of food to each one of them. And this is not just canned food, this is specifically, we focus on providing fresh nutrition in terms of fresh vegetables and fruits. And that's become very popular. One of the other things we have done is we have enforced in our volunteer community that they have to be high school students. They are not adults. The adults are only there to drive trucks and move stuff from one place to another. That's pretty much it. And what I actually wanted to, what we are offering is basically a more healthier option. Finally, we have come to a point where we are now actively working with a property owner to sign a lease to open a brick and mortar store where we will serve free food, and we'll also have a kitchen in the back to serve hot meals to those who want to partake in that. Our focus is still on high quality food versus just fast food like food which is available, which is cheap, but then they're not as healthy as we normally have seen. So given that, I'm inviting you all to come participate and come enjoy with us what we experience. Thank you.
Thank you.
Glenn Becerra.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, Lister, and Council, City Manager, and City Attorney. Glenn Becerra, 55-year resident, so I think I got Barbara by 5 years. And I'm now qualified to use the senior center, which was frightening because when I started here, I was a much younger person. I just wanted to take a minute of your time. I know that a friend of mine had said that I had gone to the dark side because I was working for Athens Services, which is the waste hauler for the city of Thousand Oaks. And I said that if that means getting better rates for the residents of Simi Valley and maybe better service, then guilty. What I'm up here tonight to ask you to do is to make sure that you're engaging in the new franchise for the waste hauler. to have a fair and open process, to make sure that there's true competition in that process so that the citizens and the businesses of Simi Valley benefit is, in my opinion, something that especially in these times of high economic inflation, that we need to be doing. Anywhere we can save the residents money, provide a better service, is critical. Our current waste hauler is a great waste hauler. They've done a great job for a lot of years. But what I've watched over the years that I served on the council and the years after is that businesses are businesses, right? And they do their job to create wealth and to put people to work, but primarily to generate income from the people who own those businesses. I watched the process that we did for the towing companies a few years back, and we had two great towing services here in Simi Valley, Swinks, and I knew Bill Swink very well before he passed away, and I was a big fan. The guy, I don't think there was a better human being on the planet. And McCormick's with Dave's Club Service. But at the end of the day, they were businesses. And, you know, if you ask who owns those companies today, it's not the families anymore. Swinks is owned by somebody else. McCormick's closed their doors and, you know, moved on. And the reason I bring that up is because they did what was right for their business and their families in those cases. What I'm asking you to do is to do the same thing for the residents of Simi Valley. I don't care who you choose. At the end of the day, you could choose whoever you want as far as who provides the best services for Simi Valley, but that's what you should choose it on. Make people fight for the business, make people fight for the contracts, make people compete for that, and then you all do what you do best, and that's look at it, decide if it's the best deal for Simi Valley, and I don't care who you choose. You could choose Waste Management, you can choose Athens, you can choose whoever you want, but make sure that they're fighting for this community and giving the residents and the businesses of Simi Valley the very best service, and then you pick from there. So thank you, Mr. Mayor, thank you, Council, and good luck with that.
Thank you.
David Griggs? No, David? Elena Johnson?
Mayor Mashburn and members of the City Council, a pleasant good evening. I always say pleasant because every time I see the elected officials of Simi Valley in front of me doing their job to listen to the input or feelings of the residents of Simi Valley, I'm very much in love with that and very much appreciate the time that you take time to listen to us. And I know, Ms. Lister, you're looking at me because you said I was going to go home, right? But I'm here because when I went to the parking lot, I'm mindful of the time, right? And I told my husband, I haven't had time to speak. And he goes, stay there, I'll give the medicine to the dog so you can tell them what's in your mind. So, Mayor Mashburn, I'm aware that you have not made your decision on putting the ballot come November, asking people what they want about the marijuana initiative, whether we will sell that here or not. And I remember that conversation very clearly when this council voted to bring the decision or get input coming from the neighborhood city council. But I'm here to tell you that I hope whatever you hear from the neighborhood city council, especially if it is against, that this city makes the decision for the well-being of this city. I will tell you a very short story, but this puts into the front why I'm here tonight at this late hour. I was married for 20 years to a drug user. He died from it. In all my counseling sessions with him, in all the AA meetings I had with him, when he was asked, how did you use drugs? What got you started? I started smoking marijuana. We all know the expression. Marijuana is the gateway drug. The moment kids start using that, or anybody starts using that, gets that high, and think they will survive that, they continue going to a higher level of drug. Call it cocaine, crack, heroin, whatever. My first husband died of heroin addiction. So I'm here to tell you that what I have heard from the other members of this community that spoke here is validating their views and beliefs that the city council they elected is here to make sure that we are safe and our community is number one in terms of well-being and now the issue of mental health. And I want to tell you that come November, when we have, or you put that in the ballot, I'm not even gonna work for any candidate. The only thing I will work for is beat that initiative because you're putting poison in Simi Valley. We don't need the tax dollars. The tax dollars that you will earn will go away once you look into the crimes that people will commit under the influence of marijuana and moving forward to the drugs. Let's not put that in the ballot. It's a shame if you put that in the ballot. We have made our wishes known when we said no to it 2 years ago. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Julie Bershin. Cheryl Welch. Bruce Boyer.
Madam Clerk? Lucy?
Joe Pachowski.
Madam City Clerk?
Yes.
I just want to make sure these are people that's previously submitted their cards and have since left.
Yes, they all appear to have left.
All right, I just want the record to be clear that they submitted their cards to speak and that this is the second portion or the continued portion of the public hearing, public testimony, and they're not here.
That is correct. Thank you. Joe Pachowski.
Good evening, Mayor Mashburn, members of the City Council once again. A couple topics for tonight. First, I want to address the topic you're going to cover a little bit later on with respect to cannabis sale in the city. I wasn't able to attend my neighborhood council meeting because, unfortunately, I came down with COVID. So I had to stay away, but I did actually send a statement. And I just wanted to quickly share the article that I was referencing in my statement to Neighborhood Council number 4. It's an article not from a source that you might think I might pull from. It's not from Fox News. It's not from some other, far right organization. It's actually from a far left organization, Mother Jones. It's one of the most liberal websites you can find out there in terms of opinion and news that's out there. On January 10th of 2019, Mother Jones published an article titled, "This Reporter Took a Deep Look into the Science of Smoking Pot. What he found is scary." And it details what a former reporter for the New York Times, another left-wing bastion, at least most people seem to think it is, he went out and he did a lot of research on the effects of smoking marijuana. And, the article has several pull quotes, one of which states that people who used cannabis at 15, one study found, were more than 4 times as likely to develop schizophrenia or a related syndrome. I'll leave it at that on this topic. The other topic I wanted to address was the water issue. I live in one of the biggest HOAs in Wood Ranch, probably one of the biggest HOAs in the city. And right now, our HOA pool is being refinished. It's being redone. It's empty right now. And it actually happens to be the same HOA that our esteemed city manager happens to live in. And I have a picture of it here. Right now it is empty. There we go. If some of the regulations you pass go through tonight, they may not get it filled in time for the summer. You'd be depriving at least 1,000 homes in Simi Valley from being able to use the pool this summer if the work isn't done by June 1st and the pool is filled by that date. I think that would be a shame because there are a lot of families that rely on that pool to cool off during the summertime. And so I want to encourage you to do the right thing when it comes to the water restrictions.
Time's up.
I'm fully in favor of water restrictions, but We can't do that to our
Time's up.
residents. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, that was the last speaker card for item 6.
All right, comments by the council regarding the last group of public statements?
Yes, I have a comment, Mayor, if I may.
Okay.
The gentleman who came and spoke, if he's still here, about the food distribution, is he still here? No? I think he left. Well, whoever, if we can get his contact information, I would love to go visit and see if we can help with that in any way. In terms of Mr. Becerra's comments, I'm sure we will have at least I can speak for myself, I will have an open mind in terms of what benefits the community the most and what is fair, and I think that's the only fair thing to do to make sure that we have a company that serves the residents' needs. In terms of the comments about marijuana and pools, I'll reserve that because I know that we have that on the agenda. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. No others? Okay. Go to the next item, we're going to move 9B up. So the report on 9B.
9B. Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council, next on the agenda is item 9B, adoption of a resolution limiting outdoor watering to 1 day per week. The reading of the resolution is as follows. Resolution number WWD-286, a resolution of the Board of Directors of Ventura County Waterworks District Number 8, declaring a WSCP Stage 4 water supply shortage and rescinding Resolution WWD-285. And Joe Deacon is here to present this item.
Good evening, Board. Tonight we are asking you to consider a very important water conservation action. Our action follows actions by the Metropolitan Water District, Southern California, also referred to as MET or MWD, who on April 26th adopted a mandate that calls for their wholesalers in the state water project dependent areas to reduce irrigation to 1 day per week. The wholesaler that supplies our water, the Cayugas Municipal Water District, then took action on April 27th to comply with MWD and mandated that their purveyors, including Waterworks District Number 8, adopt a restriction of 1 day per week watering. By the way, this also affects Golden State Water Company in Simi Valley, who is taking similar action through their own approval route. For more on the background and history of this need, Mr. Tony Goff, the General Manager of Cayugas Municipal Water District, is here to provide the background. Tony?
Thank you, Joe. City Council members, good evening. My name is Tony Goff. I'm the General Manager at the Cayugas Municipal Water District. I was here last in October, I guess via Zoom, October 11th, I believe it was, to talk about the dire water conditions at that time. And I'm here again tonight to talk about the unprecedented, extraordinary action that Metropolitan Water District took on April 26th, and that the Cayugas Municipal Water District took the following evening, April 27th, to go into an emergency water supply condition. For the first time in our history, we declared a water supply emergency. And this is our water supply right here. That's Lake Oroville up in Northern California. That's the headworks of the State Water Project system. And, oh yeah, we got a clicker. Oh, thank you. And that's what it looked like in 2019, which is a significant year. We'll circle back to that year, 2019. And there it is in 2021. It looks a lot like that right now. That's not a river on the right. That's that same lake. And that's the water supply condition. That's the source of the water for this service area. So you're going to hear these words a lot: unprecedented, extraordinary, historic. We're in a historic drought right now. We're in a mega drought. This is the driest 22-year period in 1,500 years. The driest last 3 years were the driest 3 years in our history. So that's what we're dealing with right now. So who's Cayugas? We've gone through this before, but as a refresher, We were formed in 1953 at a time like this, when water supply conditions were very poor in the county. Water quality was bad, water supply was bad. So the community got together, developed the Cayugas Municipal Water District, and we went out looking for water. It took us 7 years to find the water that we were going to bring into the service area, and that was by joining the Metropolitan Water District. We did that in 1960 and started getting state water project water in 1972. Right now we import water, state project water mostly into Ventura County, and we deliver it to 19 sub-agencies to about 650,000 people, to the cities of Simi Valley, Moore Park, Thousand Oaks, Oxnard, Cabrillo, Port Hueneme, and the surrounding communities. As it says here, we've got a 5-member board and about 70 employees at the Cayugas Municipal Water District. And you can see right there where we kind of articulate to the Metropolitan Water District service area, which is on the upper slide there, shaded in yellow. So we're the northwestern portion of their service area. And bear with me as I refer to my notes here. Oh yeah, I have to print it that way, huh? Oops. So key takeaways, let's get right to the point tonight. There are insufficient water supplies to meet normal demands right now. Department of Water Resources, who is the operator of the State Water Project System, has set aside critical human health and safety water for us, and that's what we will be relying on through the summer. This is the worst drought in the history of the State Water Project System and the worst drought in the history of Cayugas since water began flowing in 1972, actually back to 1953 when we were formed. What we are trying to avoid right now is no outdoor watering at all. We are calling for leadership from the cities, calling for community involvement to try to pull together and get through this. We need to make it into the next water year. Everything we're trying to do right now is trying to avoid going to no outdoor watering. So how did we get here? The theme tonight is going to be change. It's a change in our hydrology. It's climate change. I'm not here to discuss how climate change happened or anything like that, just to describe the effects of it, the aridification of California, the drying out and heating up of California, the change in the weather cycles. So where does our water come from? The Northern Sierras, the snowpack in the Northern Sierras. When I was here in October, we talked about the inspection trips that we take up and down the California Aqueduct to view the State Water Project System. At that time, I invited your council to come along on one of those trips. They will resume again in the fall. But when we take people on those trips, we talk about the biggest reservoir in California being the snowpack in the Sierras. That is our biggest reservoir. It's snow held in the reservoir. We live off the rain in the winter, and that snowpack is what feeds our rivers all summer long. We're seeing things in the snowpack now that we've never seen before. Snowpack would melt, feed your rivers, bring the water down to Southern California. That's not happening anymore. We're getting sublimation of the snowpack. It's not even going to evaporation. It's going straight from the solid phase to the gas phase. It's disappearing. There's 2 sources of water for Southern California. There's the State Water Project System for the Metropolitan Water Service area and the Colorado River System. We are a state water dependent part of Metropolitan System in Cayugas. We can get a little bit of Colorado River water, but not enough to make it. So how's our hydrology changing? So you look at the last 10 years, and what you're seeing there is those 2 lines above the 100% mark there. We've only had 2 times in the last 10 years where our hydrology has been above what the 100% of the average. It's mostly less than average now. We used to count on 3 dry years every 10, so 7 good to normal years and 3 dry years. We're flipping that around now. We get about 3 good years every 10, if that. It's just not enough to keep water in storage. So how does that look when you have the climate doing what it does, the hydrology set up the way it does? It manifests in a lower state water project allocation. We are allocated water each year by the state based on the snowpack. And you can see for years and years and years, you're running along at 100% state water project allocation. That means all the water You are allocated, you are allowed to have that year. We're down at 5% of our allocation. And think of that as like 5% of your paycheck is what you're going to get that year. 2 solid years of 5%. And you see another year in 2014 at 5%. Unheard of conditions on the State Water Project system. Back-to-back, single-digit allocation is completely unheard of. Sorry, wrong way. So we got the rule of threes here. We've got the 3 driest years in the history, 2020, 21, and 22. We've got the 3 driest months this year. January, February, and March were the 3 driest January, February, and March in California history. We have this whiplash effect. We have huge rainfall in October, 0 rain in November. We get the snowiest winter month of December ever, and then the driest 3 months in January, February, and March. The state modeling, they're having to rebuild their models. They can't even predict this type of weather right now. So what you're seeing down there is the average expectation on a good year is 3.2 million acre feet. The lowest that the state's modeling system gets down to is 1 million. This year for the Met service area, we're expecting 600,000 acre feet. Oops, let's go back. Okay, there we go. This is a picture of how Cayugas fits into the metropolitan service area. Metropolitan is the wholesale provider that we purchase water from, delivered into Ventura County. You can see Cayugas up in the northwest corner. The highlighted blue areas on the west are State Water Project constrained areas, the same with the red areas on the east in the Chino Basin and San Gabriel Basin area. We don't have the same access to the Colorado River water as the same central pool and metropolitan service area. We do, there's the shaded blue area there is Cayugas' service area. You see Lake Bard in yellow, and our infrastructure of pipelines in red there. If you follow that, is there a highlighter on? No, the laser. Okay, there you go. So this is Cayugas pipeline network here. If you follow our pipelines here through these 2 West Valley feeders from Metropolitan, when we first built our distribution system, we built it 25 miles through the valley into Glendale, where we built the Greg Avenue pump station. That pump station pumps Colorado River water into our service area. In my 33 years at Cayugas, it's only been operated twice to deliver that Colorado River water into the service area, and that was during the drought of 2014, 15, and 16, and again, it's operating right now. So we're trying to get every drop of water we can into the service area using these old pump stations that we built in the 50s and 60s to try to initially hook up to the metropolitan service area. Oops, wow, my apologies. All right, we already saw that. So the timeline of actions from the Department of Water Resources this year, December 1st, we knew it was going to be bad. That's why I was before your council in October. That's why we were out there getting the message out to the folks that the drought was going to be really bad. December 1st, 0% allocation. That's 0, not 5%, like we're sitting at now. The conditions were so bad to warrant a 0% State Water Project allocation. But what happened in December, as you remember, as I just said, the snowiest December in the state history, and they revised the allocation on January 20th. They moved it up to 15%. 15% it was a conservative estimate. We probably could have had it go higher than that based on the snowpack at that time, and we couldn't get by with a State Water Project allocation of 15%. We can't move water into storage for future years, but we can get by with 15%. And then, like I said, you could get the driest January, February, and March in state history, and now March 18th, State Water Project allocations lowered down to 5%, and that's where we're sitting now. March 18th, we got that notice and immediately started to plan for the summer, plan for what we need to do to get through this water year into the next water year, and try to maintain our service area without going to no outdoor watering. That's what we're working to avoid right now, is no outdoor watering. So there's two methodologies that Metropolitan gave their service area. One was based on volumetric, gallons per capita per day, very complex methodology. Some of our 19 service member agencies in the service area came to Calleguas and advocated for a simpler method. We went to Met. We asked for a simpler method. They gave us a simpler method, which is the one that we're encouraging everybody in our service area to go to, which is the 1 day a week watering by June 1st. 1 day a week watering enforcement. If your city comes up with a 1 day a week watering mandate with enforcement tied to it, no penalties from Calleguas or Metropolitan if you're complying with that. Okay, so one of the main things, the messages we'd like to take home tonight is it's about turf. We hear about pools and showers and things like this. This is about turf, and mostly non-functional turf. Turf like this, turf that surrounds gas stations and industrial parks and medians. That turf is what we need to get after this drought. Last drought, we went after residential turf. We're going after that again. Calleguas again is offering $3 per square foot for removal of turf. So we're not asking you to take it out. We're paying you to take it out. We're paying you to take your turf out. And these non-functional turf and industrial parks and things like that is the main thing we're going after this time. We're doing a lot of marketing right now. At this point, it's not only a crisis of water, it's a crisis of communication. We are struggling to get this messaging to stick with the public. So we're increasing our outreach budget. Metropolitan's increasing their messaging. I think since the April 26th announcement, there's been a article in the paper almost every single day. So I think the message is starting to get out there. It just took so long to gain momentum. Let's skip that one. We'll skip that one. So back to the key takeaways. Insufficient water supplies this year. The state has put aside critical health and safety water for us. This is an awful drought, and what we're trying to avoid, we're going to try to pull together and get to a place where we don't have to get to no outdoor watering. And what we're doing at Calleguas, and we invite the city of Simi to join us in this, is we launched a drought task force. And we're getting elected officials from throughout our service area, city council members, board members, public works directors, city managers. We're asking for involvement at that level. At a drought task force, we'll meet monthly via Zoom. We'll brainstorm, we'll come up with ideas, we'll keep our communities informed. And so we look to the city of Simi for leadership in that area, and hope you'll join us in that process. And with that, I think I turn it over to city staff. Thank you.
Okay, Tony, thank you. We have a bit more on the local implementation. Wanda Moyer, our Water Conservation Program Coordinator, is here to discuss the proposed district actions. Wanda?
Good evening, Board of Directors. Staff recommends that the board declare a Stage 4 water supply shortage as described in the district's 2020 Water Shortage Contingency Plan adopted by the board in May 2021. The Stage 4 action reflects a critical shortage and limits irrigation to 1 day per week during the entire year and includes additional mandates. As you've heard from Mr. Goff, the Metropolitan Water District of Southern California and Calleguas Municipal Water District declared a water shortage emergency condition and implemented an emergency water conservation program. Retailers are required to submit to the wholesaler an enforcement plan to hold water users accountable or be subject to penalties. These actions are necessary because typical summertime water demands cannot be satisfied without depleting the water supply to the extent that there would be insufficient water for human consumption, sanitation, and fire protection. The Water Shortage Contingency Plan Stage 4 mandates a limit of outdoor irrigation to 1 day per week, an obligation to fix leaks, breaks, or malfunctions within 48 hours, a moratorium on initial filling of decorative fountains, a prohibition on refilling more than 1 foot per month, and the initial filling of residential swimming pools and outdoor spas, a prohibition on filling or refilling ornamental lakes or ponds except to sustain aquatic life. Staff further recommends the board designate the authorized watering day as Saturday for odd number addresses and Sunday for even number addresses. These are drastic actions that will affect customers by severely restricting irrigation. Staff will get the word out on these requirements by utilizing the city's website, SVTV, the City Focus newsletter, social media, water billing messages, ads in the Acorn News, and on 99.1 The Ranch radio station. Staff is also pursuing grant funding to implement water efficiency projects and remove turf in city-owned areas under the $3 per square foot incentive program funded by Metropolitan and Cayugas. The $3 per square foot removal rebate is also offered to all water customers in Simi Valley, with more information available on the city's website. The district is required to enforce the mandatory watering restrictions and will rely on measures described in the city's municipal code. Staff recommends the board approve the recommended action of enacting a Stage 4 water supply shortage effective on June 1st.
I think we have one card on this subject.
Can I just want to make one additional comment, Mayor? We did talk about, there has been comment about the pools. We did look at pools today. We talked to the building official. He estimates that there's about 60 permitted pools out there in various stages of construction, residential pools. And there is some concern that not filling a newly built pool could be a problem, could be structurally unstable, because the design of a pool assumes it's filled with water to some extent. So it may be in everyone's best interest to allow people to build pools that are under construction. I mean, this council can take action to prevent the further building of pools in order to allow us to implement the restriction that would disallow initial filling of pools. But clearly, you've had a lot of conversation about that. That's an issue you need to struggle with. And we are asking that you consider appointing someone to Cayugas' Drought Task Force. In conclusion, I'd just like to say, Mr. Goff, Wanda, myself, as well as Dan Pernick, the district manager of the Rancho Simi Recreation and Park District, are here if you have any questions regarding this matter. That concludes our presentation.
Thank you. That's who I was referring to as a card in, as Dan Pannery.
Oh, okay.
So, you want the floor, Dan?
Just for questions, Mayor, if you have any questions.
Oh, okay. I didn't read that part of your card. Okay. Okay, so at this time, we'll go with questions. And I'm going to start with one. Mr. Goff, I think it was October, you made a presentation here.
That's correct.
And I had the question of when are we going to shut off will serve notices for all the new building? And you said that with new technology, we could do so much more with so much less, that you didn't see that happening. Do you feel differently today?
New technology, well, the will serves are not issued, I think I said at that time, will serves are not issued by Cayugas. We don't have retail customers. We're a wholesaler. We sell to the cities and other retail customers.
Okay, thanks.
So we don't issue, we don't issue the will serve letters, the city does.
Okay.
Typically, the newer homes built are typically much more water efficient, and most of the water used in those are used indoors, and that water is typically recycled. But we don't issue the will serve letters. It's up to the cities and the local retailers.
Okay, I accept that explanation. We'll talk.
Once a house is built and ready to occupy, we have no choice but to serve. It's a ministerial.
Well, common sense would say at some point we can't keep just building.
So you got to stop it before it gets to the point of serving water.
Yeah.
Once that house is built and ready to AAPI.
Yeah, I'm not talking about
Right.
somebody that's already framed and stuff, but I'm saying, when are we gonna do something? I'm sorry, I'm kind of taking the floor here, but you look at the maps and everything of Oroville, Delta, the tour, and I see one thing that I go, there's the problem. Now I can tell you how to fix it. It's state-run. That's very simple. It's state-run. They're building trains. They're not building water storage. So anyway, going back to the pools, I say we shut off their pools about the same time we shut off building permits. That's, I'm not here to put people out of business, and there's got to be other ways. That seems like a pretty much a drop in the bucket. So with that, I'll go to.
Totally intended pun.
Councilmember Luevanos.
Thank you, Mayor. I have questions, and I would like to make comments as well. So here's my, my question, and I'm glad that you were here, Mr. Parnick. How does this apply? Later on in the meeting, we're going to talk about the American Rescue Plan funds. I know that the park is wanting to renovate their pool. So if would this apply to renovated pools or not? Like if someone is redoing their pool, does that mean they can't refill it? Or how would this apply to that? And how would it apply to like a municipal pool, like the one that we're hoping to give funding to?
The restriction was only on residential pools. It wouldn't be on commercial or community pools.
Okay. So if someone is refinishing their pool, would it apply to them? They couldn't refinish their pool, or they could?
They could not. I mean, the way it reads is they're prohibited from filling a pool.
Okay, so if your pool is old, you want to
If
get it
you've emptied
redone.
your pool, you can't fill it.
Okay, okay, thank you. That was my question. I wanted to make a couple of comments, if I may, Mayor, and
Yes.
I can wait. Is it all right?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. I have to tell you, I grew up in California. I grew up learning about earthquakes. I know how many gallons of water you use brushing your teeth because it's always been this way in California. This is just a fact. It has nothing to do with whether or not the state runs it. This is just a cycle. I taught science. I've been a teacher for over 22 years. Water is the commodity right now. Fresh water is a non-renewable source. I highly recommend you read a book called Not a Drop to Drink. Very good book that we've been reading with our students. And I understand, you know, those of you who came, and thank you, gentlemen, for being so patient and coming out here, waiting for this agenda item. I understand the impact that it will have financially on you as you know, those who deal with pools. However, there are other people that were impacted and have been impacted by that, specifically landscapers. So there are landscapers that were definitely impacted. My neighbor had to sell his business and move to Texas because he just wasn't making it here. He lost so many customers. And so there are other businesses that are impacted by the drought, specifically here in Southern California. I have to tell you, you know, when Mr. Banforth came earlier and said we should be building pipelines of water across the country, I totally, you know, I've been saying that for years. Why don't we have pipelines of water? Because there seems to be flooding in other parts of the country, and we don't seem to have enough fresh water here. But until this country, you know, learns to value water over oil, then we're not going to see that, unfortunately. We are at a point in time, we are literally having to figure out whether or not we're going to have water for health and safety and food. Pools and lawns are a luxury. They are not something that is necessary to sustainability of your home. Yes, it is nice to have, and it is a luxury. My mom has a pool. I don't have a pool. I can't afford it. I couldn't afford to fill it. I couldn't afford to fill the water. I rarely water my lawn, probably have the driest lawn on the block, and that's okay because I'm doing my part for the environment. I had to put, you know, drought-tolerant plants and things like that because that's what you do. Every drop of water counts. And we are literally looking at, are we going to have enough water to grow food? Are we going to have enough water for sanitation? That's the point at which we're at right now in the state of California. If you don't want to be in a place that has water issues, you know, I just picked up my son in Boston on Saturday, and, you know, no one has any issues with water in Boston. You go to New England, go to a lot of places where there's no water issues, there's no drought there. This is Southern California. This is something that we're dealing with here in this state. And our number one economic factor here is agriculture. We need water to grow food. And food here in Ventura County, agriculture is very big economic factor. So we need water to grow food. And that is going to kill our economy in the state of California if we don't have fresh water to grow our food. Those are the fights that are happening right now, that have been happening for years and years. But we're at a critical point right now where we have to figure out what we're going to do. I know for a fact, because I'm on the board of directors of Clean Power Alliance, that there are transitional jobs. And I know, because I know landscapers and I know guys who build pools that have transitioned to renewable energy jobs like solar, like wind, and they're paid, you know, they're paid internships. And, you know, I feel for you guys, I really do. But like I said, we have to figure out food and sanitation. Those are basic things. And those are sacrifices that have to be made, unfortunately. But we knew this was coming. I've been talking about this for the 3.5 years that I've been here up on the dais, talking about the water shortage, what was coming and where we were heading to. And that's why I constantly kept asking for 9B, let's address the water shortage. Let's address how we're going to, you know, address this issue in our community. I asked for equitable water rates. I was the only one who asked for that because I wanted to make sure that people knew the value of fresh water.
So sorry to interrupt. I just want to make sure we stay on the agenda.
Yes. So I am in favor, obviously, of these restrictions. I think we need to act now rather than later. And those are my comments. Thank you, Mayor.
Council, or Mayor Pro Tem Litzner.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to quickly share a recent comment here, and then I'm going to ask my questions. It is truly hard to identify you have a water shortage when you turn on the tap and water comes out so well for everyone. So I think we live in illusion because we turn on our tap and water comes out and we can take a shower. But the reality is, if we had to take a bucket down to the river, I think we would be much more aware. So I appreciate the presentation and really truth and where we stand. But here are my questions. First of all, as I read through what is required in the Stage 4, is the Stage 4 is being given to us by WSCP, and there's 6 stages. And they're the ones that basically have prescribed these are the elements that go with that stage. Are we at liberty to modify that? Can we still say we're at Stage 4, but we modify a little bit? Let's say if their swimming pools have already been permitted, well, you know, et cetera, we fill them. I mean, what powers do we have to modify those stages, or can we just do what we want?
I mean, I can leave it to the city manager and city attorney to finally decide, but it's my interpretation you have some leeway there.
Some leeway, okay.
It's not in the municipal code where it's prescribed and adopted by you previously. You've adopted a plan, and I think in terms of that plan, you can maintain consistency with it, but still take certain exceptions to it.
Okay, thank you. I had hoped that was the case. One of the things requires, as I read through the plan, is an enforcement plan. And is that, and I just want to be clear what is meant by that enforcement plan. Is that the increased or water use surcharge? Is that what what is the enforcement plan that we're talking about? Or do we have one? I just didn't see that.
Yes, the water supply contingency plan doesn't talk about enforcement, or we go back and refer to the municipal code in this case, which does have enforcement actions under the water conservation program requirements of the municipal code. And in that, we can step through a violation process by which we issue a written notice of violation, after which we can actually assess monetary fines for noncompliance. But there is no water rate, there's no mechanism currently in our water rate structure by which we charge more for an excess use,
Gotcha.
if you will. It's an observed violation that we would
Okay, thank you. And that brings up then my next question. Observed violation. Do we have water police in our city? I mean, to what level are we
Yes.
policing? I mean, I'm hearing anecdotally about these gentlemen step on a spongy lawn, or they see a filled tree planter that is overflowing. I mean, what?
In the last drought, we relied upon we have customer services staff that are in the field. They're in the Waterworks Division of Public Works. They are essentially the meter readers and the people that take care of other field-related customer issues. We put them on overtime and ask them to go out in the early morning hours before their shift normally starts and do several hours of looking at running up and down streets and seeing if there's evidence of people irrigating.
And do you see, I mean, do you look at, obviously you see people's bills and you can see, or differences, do you actually use that to identify maybe those who are excessively using water or abnormally, like the leaks that we're not aware of or something?
Yes, we also have that capability because we have pretty widespread automatic meter reading and
So
information.
we have that capability. Are we using that capability?
We're using it now for leaks, and we can use it for anomalistic water use as well.
Okay. I also read, if I understand correctly, is that we're also going to be required or moving to a monthly billing as opposed to a bi-monthly billing. Did I misread that?
That is one of the so we included that in the staff report as there are certain actions under the water supply contingency plan that the city would look at to respond to this.
Okay.
That particular one, for instance, I mean, from now until September, are we going to change the billing system?
That was my
I
question.
highly doubt it.
Right.
I mean, it's going to take us that long to even think about it. So some of these things require perhaps more time than the current immediate urgent requirement sets out. But I did want to be thorough and communicate that is in the plan.
Got it. And of course, our responsibility is District 8 water.
Correct.
Golden State, are they? I just for our residents that we don't represent in terms of water
we are
use.
working hand in hand with them.
That's what I assume. That's why I want to make clear.
And Wanda can share with you. She's doing most of the communicating with them.
And
they're
so
looking at
they're
the same
completely
water.
on the same page.
They're looking at 1 day a week, same watering days, odds, even addresses. They're trying to be as consistent as we with us so that we can go out together and tell every member of the community what their requirement is and not step on each other's toes.
Got it. Okay. Thank you.
Dee Dee.
Thank you, sir. I just wanted to make a couple of comments. Mr. Goff, you did make a comment regarding pools, that they're not, the filling of a pool is not the be-all and end-all of this. It's more the turf watering that's wasted, because that's a continuous. You fill a pool once, and then you add a little bit. Once a week, I add water to my pool. That's really about it. And in the 20 years I've had my pool, since I've lived in the house, I've refilled it once. And I just did that last summer when I replastered, and it cost me $100 more. I thought it was going to be $500 more, but it was only $100 more. So again, I've got a whole year's use out of that, 20 years use out of that water, and only using a little bit at the top. And the rest of my backyard, most people have stuff around their pool. They don't really have grass. They usually have cement or paving or something. I now have artificial grass in the backyard, and I'm going to take advantage of that $3 for my front yard because I have my landscaper already scheduled for July. They are busy because I couldn't get him until July to come and do my front yard, but we're going to move all the turf out. But I guess what I'm really trying to say is, if we build a moratorium, I know you can't not put water in a pool that's under construction. I mean, that's just a given. But we also have a business obligation to our community here. And if we already have 60 under construction, I don't know how many more will be added to that into the coming year. But the pools do fill a lot of other different needs for the community, kids and heat. And again, like you said, you can't let the water go out. If I didn't have a pool, I'd have grass, I'd be watering the grass. So it's kind of a sticky situation there. I would like to try and do the limits, but without saying we have to put a moratorium on filling a pool. And just kind of, and watch it a little bit. Would that be something that might be reasonable to Calleguas, or?
I'm gonna take Tony off the hook here and say, the requirement by Calleguas is for us to implement a requirement to reduce irrigation to 1 day per week.
Okay,
And to really address, as he spoke about, non-functional turf, and see how, whether we can get them to stop watering altogether.
okay,
But to your point, the other requirements that we tagged on here that are under our stage 4, I believe you have some discretion.
okay. Because if we're forming a task force and really get to work on the non-functional turf, I know the Park District, I was on the board there, so they have certain things that they need to do. But even the last, when I was on the board, we did away with a lot of grass in the golf courses that was not necessary turf and put in other. So that's going to be some of the types of things that we'll want to do with our business communities and our industrial areas and such like that. Because we've come up with some new styles that look so good. Claudia did on Galena, I think, did a dryscape that looks wonderful. We removed turf and it looks great. So I know there's a lot more opportunity. And if we have a task force and really enforce that and really work it, and to be honest, you're going to pay them to take the turf out. Does that go for commercial also or just consumer? Both. You're going to take them to take the grass out. They're going to have a lower watering bill because they're not going to be watering. They're going to have a little bit lower landscape because it's a little bit different type of landscaping. So it could be very cost effective for a lot of our businesses. So those are my comments.
Mayor, may I make a recommendation on maybe a possible motion?
Why don't we wait until everybody's
Okay,
made their comments?
that's fine. And and when you have a moment, I want to just discuss changing verbiage on what's here then, when you're ready for
I
that.
think we all understand we want to, or there's that potential, so. Okay,
And I wanted to add something, too.
okay, hang on. Ruth,
Mayor, I don't know if it's part of this agenda item or not, but I'd like to volunteer to be on the Drought Response Task Force.
okay, I don't know where.
Is that part of this agenda item?
It would be part of this agenda. I will note that these meetings are likely to occur during the day, though, just for the council scheduling purposes.
I will make the time.
Is
I need
that,
to make a motion?
no, we're not ready yet. Are you done with your comments?
No, just really quickly, I just want to reiterate that we were here, we were here several months ago, and even over a year ago, and this is why we needed to address this issue beforehand, before we got to this point. And I recognize my duty, as we all have a duty, being on the board of directors, water board of directors, to make sure that we have water for basic things like food and sanitation, and that is the priority here. Over any other use of water. We need to make sure we have those things. And by the way, I just want to address a comment that Councilwoman Litzer had. You asked about water police. When I was in Boston dropping off my son this summer, one of my neighbors noticed at midnight that one of my pipes had burst. And they came from the city and they turned off the water. My mother-in-law was home alone, heard a knock at the door at midnight, was kind of scared that someone who was a stranger said, "I'm here from the city and I'm turning off your water." And they, in fact, did turn off the water. We paid a bill of over $2,000 to fix that broken pipe. And and my mother-in-law, a 76-year-old senior, home alone, was kind of frightened. But I will let you know that you asked about water police. Neighbors will report that, and water will be shut off, and we will have to fix it. So I'm just letting you know because we had to fix a broken pipe at my home. It is contingent upon all of us to do our part in order to make sure that we address the issue of having fresh water. So I just wanted to address that issue with Councilwoman Litzer. And I would like to make a motion, Mayor.
Okay, hold on. Elaine, you want to change the wording?
I would. We have this this on page 3. You can see there's 5 bullet points that are being recommended as ways to comply with the stage 4 shortage. I would suggest, given the testimony that we've heard today and our desires, my desire not to shut down a business, but to be reasonable. The fourth bullet point says a prohibition on refilling more than 1 foot per month and the initial filling of residential swimming pools and/or outdoor spas. I would suggest that we keep a prohibition on refilling more than 1 foot a month, but take out the initial filling of residential, that we allow for certainly the initial filling, or change that, or the refilling of pools that are empty right now, that are being repaired.
Wouldn't it be much easier for staff and everybody concerned if that bullet point was removed?
Well, if I may, it's not the bullet point that's the operative, it's the resolution that you're looking at adopting. What I would suggest, if the council wants to go down that path, is add a sentence at the end of section 4, which is on page 7, that states the district will allow the initial filling of residential swimming pools and outdoor spas. And they can just add that at the end of section 4.
I'd like to offer a friendly amendment, if I may.
Certainly. And the other thing I wanted to add, though, was also to add that we are requiring them to provide bubble covers for all new pools, and that we strongly encourage existing pools to utilize such covers, since
And we can add, and all new pools must have, and all pools must be covered during daytime hours.
They're called floating solar covers.
The bubble.
Are those the ones that heat your pool too? Oh, I wanted those anyway, so that's okay.
I'm sorry.
Brian, do you have that written down in the resolution?
I do. Let me, what I would suggest is adding a sentence at the end of section 4. It says, the district will allow initial filling of residential swimming pools and outdoor spas, and all pools must be covered when not in use.
I would offer the friendly amendment only for those that have already filed for permits.
I disagree with that because then we're putting the pool industry out of business in Simi Valley.
Well, landscapers have suffered as well. The drought impacts everybody. That's what California is.
In front of us tonight is the pool industry, and that's who I'm talking about.
Well, I'm talking about having water for basic needs, for sanitation and for food.
Okay, public statement says closed, and so you just need to have one motion on the floor and decide.
Mayor, I move to rescind resolution number WWD-285 and adopt resolution number WWD-286, declaring a water shortage contingency plan stage 4 water supply shortage as is.
As amended?
As amended with regard to pools that are already permitted.
She's reading it as is.
Yes.
With a little caveat on the end.
Okay.
May I speak, please?
Wait a minute. There's no second.
The motion fails for lack of a second.
So I am motioning that we go forward with adopting resolution number WWD declaring a stage 4 water supply shortage, limiting irrigation to 1 day per week, et cetera. Rescinding resolution number WWD 285 with the amendments as specified to section 4.
Second.
I want to know the amendments as specified.
Sure.
Could you read me just that part?
Absolutely. So at the end of section 4, we will add a sentence that says, the district will allow initial filling of residential swimming pools and outdoor spas, and all pools must be covered when not in use.
Okay, thank you. So we have a motion, second, call for the vote.
I'm voting no because we need to do our part, all of us, to save water in a drought.
It's all right, it's time to count them.
Councilmember Lovenos, your vote? Thank you. The motion passes with Councilmember Luébanos voting no.
Now, we have been requested to designate one elected official to serve on the task force. So
I have no problem volunteering for that job, too.
Mayor, I make a motion to appoint myself.
Okay, there's a motion. We need a second.
Okay, let me just ask a question. This is one person or two people on the council? One person on the council. Okay. And they meet during the day at 10 o'clock during a weekday.
initially, yes.
Okay.
The motion fails for lack of a second.
Wow.
I'll make a motion to have Councilmember Judge on the task force.
I'll second.
Motion and second. Call for the vote. Oh, revote.
That's you. There you go.
The motion passes with Councilmember Luébanos voting no.
Mr. Gott, you wanted to speak?
Just want to point out that the intent of the Met ordinance, the Met resolution was 1 day a week watering or equivalent. So the action you took tonight with the pools, the water has to be found somewhere. So if I have a yard and I'm watering it 3 days a week, I need to move back to 1 day a week watering. But I can do that. I can do an offset and I can find water somewhere else. So I could water my trees and not water my lawn. So the action that you've taken with the pools, the intent has to meet the Met resolution, which is 1 day a week watering or equivalent. The city staff can be creative and likely find that place. And I would say go after your non-functional turf and quantify how much water goes onto that non-functional turf and apply it to somewhere else in your city. And get away from that, is what I'm saying. But you got to find the water somewhere.
And that is our intent, is to find non-functional turf.
Do we have
Stop
to,
watering.
do we,
I just want to clarify, though, that Met and Callegas do not prevent the filling of pools.
We're not here to tell you what or to do or with your pools or anything like that. We're just saying the quantity of we're running out of water.
Correct.
And if we think we can get everybody to 1 day a week watering for this summer, we may be able to make it into the fall without going to no outdoor watering. So our resolution and Met's resolution says 1 day a week or equivalent. So it's that equivalency that you're going to look for. Thank you.
Okay.
Hey, we're all
Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council, next on the agenda is item 7, the consent calendar. And there's one resolution for your consideration this evening.
Mayor, I'd like to pull item 2
Consent.
and 5. I just have a couple quick questions.
I would just read the resolution for consent item 5.
Go ahead.
Resolution number 2022-21, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Simi Valley confirming the existence of a local emergency and authorizing remote teleconference meetings of the legislative bodies of the City of Simi Valley pursuant to Brown Act provisions.
Okay, so want to pull 2?
2 and 5, please.
We'll start with 2 and then 5.
I just had a question. I saw that there was the ability for an extension. Authorize the city manager to approve subsequent contract amendments to extend the contract for up to 2 additional one-year terms. Does that mean additional funding as well?
We would only do it if funding is available.
Would it be funding in addition to what is there?
It would have to be rebudgeted if this, it would be limited to this funding level. Any additional funding would have to come back to the city council for approval.
Okay, that was my question.
Okay.
Because I wasn't sure whether extension of contracts meant the time or the money.
Time, primarily time.
Okay, thank you.
And then number 5?
Yes, for number 5, I had a question, because I was reading that, and so my question is, it says, in the event, on page 2 of the report, in the event of a disruption that prevents a local agency from broadcasting the remote meeting, or in the event of a disruption within the local agency's control that prevents members of the public from offering public comments during the call-in option or internet-based service. And I know we have had occasions where we've had to start meetings late because we couldn't get online. And so my question is, if, if we can't, if Zoom is down or internet down or whatever it is that whatever way that we're broadcasting is down, and we're doing Zoom meetings, then does that mean that we can't proceed? Would that be a violation of this ordinance or the Brown Act?
There would be a violation of AB 361 if the meeting is remote and the remote meeting is not going out and we're not able to accept public comments via remote, then the meeting would have to stop.
Okay, so that's what I wanted.
Yes.
But this doesn't apply to us. This is what we're doing here, it applies to a remote meeting.
It would apply to a remote meeting, and we're really doing this just as because the state law requires us to adopt this every 30 days. We're just keeping it alive as long as the state of emergency is in place.
Okay, so if Zoom is down and they can't get on, then they know that they're not missing anything. We're not going to proceed without public participation opportunities.
That's correct.
Okay, that was my question. I move to adopt consent calendar items 1 through 5, Mayor.
Okay, motion and second. Call for the vote.
The motion passes unanimously. Right, we are. Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council, next on the agenda is item 8A, discussion and possible action regarding results of neighborhood council's cannabis surveys. And Samantha Argabright is presenting this item.
Good evening again, Mayor Mashburn and members of the City Council. During the February 28th, 2022 City Council meeting, the Council directed staff to survey the neighborhood councils regarding their tolerance for cannabis-related activities in Simi Valley. This evening, staff is returning with the results of those surveys. Staff provided a brief presentation to all 4 neighborhood council meetings in April and surveyed a total of 46 people between the audience members and executive board members. Each person responded to an 8-question survey that is included in your staff report on page 2. The final cumulative result of all of the neighborhood council members and audience members are included on page 4 of your staff report. Results for individual neighborhood councils are available as attachments beginning on page 6 of your packet. Of the 8 questions in the survey, none received a majority affirmative response to support cannabis activities in Simi Valley. The closest vote was to permit medical cannabis dispensaries, but it was still opposed 22 to 24. A number of concerns were expressed related to permitting cannabis in Simi Valley, which are included on page 3 of your staff report. Concerns included easier access for children to obtain cannabis, pets could ingest edibles, crime would increase, cannabis shouldn't be considered because it may raise tax revenue, and others expressed that there was not enough information to make a decision. Staff notes that a resident of Neighborhood Council 3 brought forward survey results that were obtained via social media. The totals are included on attachment E in your report, but were not included in the cumulative results, as it is unclear if those who responded were Simi Valley residents and what neighborhood councils they might be members of. It's recommended by staff that the council discuss the findings presented and provide direction. This concludes staff's presentation, and I'm available for questions.
Okay, questions of staff. Councilmember Levinos.
Yes, I'm curious as to, was the history of marijuana use in this country discussed at all at the neighborhood council meetings? Were people aware that it was legal until 1937 and that it was the banning of marijuana in this country was based on racism and xenophobia, specifically targeted at Mexican Americans? Was that mentioned at all in the staff reports at the neighborhood council?
No, staff presented the information that was presented to the City Council in February, providing the history of cannabis consideration in the city of Simi Valley, as well as information on what other cities might be doing currently. But that was the extent of the information provided.
Okay, because, all of the comments that, I saw are exactly the same comments. I don't know if people were aware that the American Medical Association opposed the Marijuana Tax Act in 1937 because they were prescribing cannabis. They were retailer pharmacists selling cannabis, and medical cannabis cultivation manufacturing was normal up until that point in the country's history. And the only reason that it was banned and outlawed was because of the Great Depression and the xenophobia that was targeted specifically at Mexican Americans. So I think that was an important component that should have been included in the neighborhood council meetings so that they could understand why it was banned. The comments that were made are exactly the same comments that were made in the 30s in terms of it's making people crazy and it's associated with violence and it's associated with crime, when all of the statistics show otherwise. I'm curious as to, why, this other survey wasn't considered online, because other cities have done that. They've done online surveys like that to get more of a feel for who it is. I'm curious to know, because I've been to dozens of neighborhood council meetings, how many people there were, of a certain age group. There's certain age groups that tend to be more active in social media and tend to be more engaged in that way. There's also working families and working parents who engage more in online surveys because they work. They work, 1, 2, 3 jobs, and so they can't participate otherwise in the neighborhood council meetings at the specific designated times. And I believe the neighborhood council meetings are in person as well. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So is there a Zoom option for people to participate in neighborhood council meetings?
No, not that I'm aware of at this time.
So if you were a working individual, if you were a working resident, if you were a student, if you were working, if you were a mother, if you're a dad, if you're a caretaker of a senior and you couldn't make it to the neighborhood council meetings, then we didn't capture those residents, did we?
If they had submitted a survey response back, there was someone who had submitted a response that was unable to stay for the meeting. But they were able to provide that to the neighborhood council coordinator, and that was included in the results.
So that was one person?
Correct.
So how many people approximately from these neighborhood council meetings were represented?
There were 46 surveys total received.
So 46 surveys out of 127,000 residents. So would you say this is an accurate reflection of the entire community of Simi Valley?
I don't think I wouldn't say this is a scientific poll that was taken. And in reference to the online survey, we don't have any knowledge of how the survey was conducted, who responded to the survey, whether they were Simi Valley residents, we were residents from other locations. We don't have any verification of who responded to, who are the 188 persons that responded to the local resident survey. We just took what the council requested us to take, which went to the city council in February, to the neighborhood councils to get their response. That's about the extent of what we did.
But it was a different avenue of collecting the data in terms of the online survey via social media.
We didn't take any online survey, and the council can do whatever it wants with the 188 responses.
Right, and Councilmember Lewis, that's what I was going to add, is that it is there in the report. You can read it. You can decide whether it is empirically the statistical significance of it, how it was conducted, and use it in your deliberations. I think that the point was made is that we don't know who the respondents were. We don't know where they live, just that one person came with these in hand.
Well, it's the same in person. If people came in person here, we ask them to tell us where they live, but they don't have to tell us where they live.
Certainly, but if they're going to a neighborhood council meeting, much likely they are either residing in that neighborhood council or aware of the city neighborhood council structure and system and are involved. But you're right. Anybody can come here, anybody can go there. You're right.
And it doesn't make it less likely if you respond online that you don't live in that area.
All right, I just want to clarify again. The subject for discussion is discussion and possible action regarding results of neighborhood council's cannabis surveys. As the staff report indicates under background and overview, during the February 28, 2022 City Council meeting, the City Council directed staff to conduct a survey of the neighborhood councils regarding their tolerance for cannabis related to businesses in Simi Valley. I think that appears to have been undertaken, and now we're at a point where we're ready to discuss the results. If there was, I suppose, further clarification, further survey, further work to be done, I suppose it could be brought up under 9B. But as it stands right now, we're just on this specific item regarding the results based on the survey that was presented. Is that correct, Ms. Argybright?
That's correct.
Okay, may I ask further questions of staff with relation to this report? Thank you. If this, if the residents, the 200 or 1,000 or 120,000, however many residents, if they wanted to put this on the ballot independently, any of these questions, could they?
They can go through the process for that, yes.
Okay, what is that process?
They would have to file with the city clerk's office. They would have to collect signatures. And I believe at this point, it would be likely too late to include it on the November ballot if it was a citizen-driven initiative. I'm sorry? Yes.
Okay, so, but they could put it, in 2 years, they could probably put it on there.
Correct.
So they wouldn't be able to put it on this one?
I don't believe so. I believe that we've already passed deadlines, and the clerk can probably provide further clarification. But typically, in terms of signature gathering, verification of signatures, all of the documents that need to be filed.
Excuse me,
Yes.
excuse me. I don't think that's what we're discussing, Aaron, how to put things on the ballot and what have you. I think we're supposed to be discussing the cannabis and the report that we got back. Now, if we want to learn how to put something on the ballot, we need to go another direction. So with that said, Councilmember Judge, let's hear what you have to say.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to let people know that, and the city manager backed me up on this too, because I believe we discussed it. There is no way for the city to stop cannabis delivery into our city, is there right now?
That's correct.
Right. And there is a bill in Sacramento, if I'm not mistaken, right now, sponsored by, of all people, Wiener, the same guy. Whenever his name's on a bill, you know it's going to affect city sovereignty, where he was going to make it completely legal for, I think, medical distribution in the cities, whether you have a dispensary or not.
That's correct.
Okay. So, not really understanding the point of this, other than the fact that, yeah, we're not going to take advantage of the tax dollars, but anybody in this town can get the cannabis they want by just ordering it. That's my statement.
Councilmember Kavanaugh?
I just wanted to thank staff for the information that we requested, and that it pretty much, in my opinion, continues to show what we already thought, that the community at large, at least those on the survey, are not interested in having cannabis in our community. So thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem Litzler?
Thank you, and I too want to thank you for the report and the information that's been provided. As you point out, none of them received a plurality in support. I just want to make it clear that I see the medicinal value of marijuana, and I personally think the federal government ought to find a way to monitor the grade. It should be administered through pharmacies, personally. I think that's, I'm sorry that they haven't taken that action, but that's because I do see the medicinal value if it's done correctly. But I also see how it is abused. I have had a young man in my home about 5 years ago who, when he was awakened, he was clearly under the influence. He said, well, I've got a medical marijuana card, so I'm okay. I just know that, anyway, I understand the concerns. I do appreciate the information that's been provided. I do stand by my concerns that we should shepherd all that we can to protect our younger citizens. And so, yes, it can be purchased through the mail, et cetera, and we obey the state law. But I, for one, would like to say thank you and would just like to have the report filed and to be pulled out at another time if needed be. But that's my preference.
I'd like to ask, I thought we asked and maybe didn't, to find out what other cities were doing or what their experience was is really what, I know I got emails, junk email, I call it junk because the person who sent it was not dealing in the truth. And so why would anything he sent be truthful? So the question is have you done any research of the cities that have? Could you provide us any information on that?
Sure. So I apologize. I did not include the February 28th staff report as an attachment to this report. That primarily had the research for the other communities and what they're currently doing. But just off the top of my head, Port Hueneme allows pretty much any and all cannabis activity. The city of Thousand Oaks had previously approved medical dispensaries only. They've taken action to consider those to be retail as well. They're working toward that. The cities of Oxnard and Ventura are working through their process for retail dispensaries. And then the cities of Ojai, Fillmore, and Santa Paula, I believe, have more limitations. I think Ojai might have moved toward retail and industrial zones since the presentation in February. But off the top of my head, there are a number of cities that are beginning to allow dispensaries in their communities.
Okay, but we don't, what I was driving at, and I apologize, I probably didn't make myself very clear. There's cities, I think, nationwide that have had good experiences and others that have had horrible experiences.
Correct.
And that's kind of what I was looking for, but I don't want to.
I can tell you.
I also think.
Yes, sir.
And if you can tell me if you agree, that if we did nothing, once again, the state's going to take over, they're going to legalize it, and we're not going to have any say in it. That's what I feel is going to ultimately happen.
Going back to your initial statement regarding what's happening in other communities, the only data I have, at least locally, is related to the city of Port Hueneme. Their chief of police has indicated that their crime has gone down since they legalized cannabis activities. Related to the state's actions, one of the reasons that the council considered and moved forward with putting the tax measure on the ballot back in 2018 was the assumption that the state was going to come in and require it to be legal in the communities. And so kind of with that, then at least the city would have the ability to collect the tax revenue for that to be available. Staff is still of the opinion that at some point the state will overrule cities' abilities to regulate and to allow or not allow in its jurisdiction. So as Councilmember Judge mentioned, there is that bill currently going through the process in the legislature that would require medical dispensaries to be permitted in cities. That's also referenced in your staff report. I think it's on page 3, potentially page 4. So I would anticipate that the state will move that direction eventually.
Okay, thank you. So what's our file it?
I would motion that we file this report for,
You would receive and
that would
file.
receive and file this report. I'm sorry, I should get the verbiage.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Call for the vote.
I am voting no because I think that we should leave it up to the residents and get more resident input.
The motion passes with Councilmember Luevanos voting no. Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council, next on the agenda is item 8B, consideration of proposed projects to be funded through American Rescue Plan Act, and City Manager Gabler is presenting this item.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council, we first had this report before you in December where we presented a preliminary plan for distribution of the American Rescue Plan funds. During that City Council consideration, we were directed to seek input from the public on the proposed uses of the ARPA funding. I will note that the city is receiving an allocation of a little over $15.3 million. In December, the City Council allocated $5 million of that money through documented losses to the city's Streets and Roads program, as well as another $1 million to a joint venture amongst this school district and the Park District to redo the pool at Rancho Tapo Community Park. At that time, we were dealing with the interim final rule, which the Treasury Department put out. Since that time, the Treasury Department has put out their final rule regarding use of the ARPA funds. That final rule changes the allocation of the funding that allows cities to take a revenue loss of a standard deduction of $10 million. So part of our recommendation tonight is to take that standard deduction for $10 million and allocate a second $5 million to the city's Streets and Roads program. Going back to the information we received from the public, the city received 28 emails from 25 different persons over a 3-week period regarding the ARPA fund allocations. The emails that we received are generally described on page 3, where it identifies the line item that the email commented on and whether it was supporting or not. This did have some influence in the revisions that staff has made to the initial allocation of the project formula that we had. Beginning on page 8 is the revised ARPA project list. We provide the original allocation and the revised allocation to the City Council, and we would recommend that the City Council approve this allocation. Also, I want to note on page 6 are some of the other ARPA suggestions that the city received via emails from the public. With that, I'd be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Questions to staff, Councilmember Luevanos.
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, I'm curious. I saw that the number of supporting emails on page 3, the 2 highest were childcare assistance and domestic violence safe house. And then third was behavioral health care, was 7 emails in terms of just numbers of emails. So I was curious as to why, there is $250,000 that I saw allocated for childcare assistance, but that was the highest, the highest need was for childcare assistance. So why not have that be a higher amount, since that seems to be the greatest need based on emails?
Well, staff was reallocating the funding. We removed some funding from some projects, increased funding in others. We did increase the child care assistance from $150,000 to $250,000, and increase the domestic violence safe house from $50,000 to $150,000 as well. Just trying to address the overall needs and trying to spread the funds that we have, the remaining funds that we have, over as many projects as we could.
It just seems like, I saw that the streets and roads was doubled. So originally, we had allocated the $5 million, and the revised is $10 million. And while I agree that streets and roads are very important, I also recognize that, the reason why that is so high is because of the loss of tax revenue. But to give 2/3 of our funding to roads and streets, which I know are important, when the highest, based on emails, the highest need that residents saw was for childcare assistance and domestic violence safe house, which is one of the reasons why we have so many mental health issues in this community, and abuse is because of that issue. So, I would like to see those numbers higher. I would like to double the childcare assistance and double the domestic violence safe house, and take some of that funding from the streets and roads, because according to the American Rescue Plan, this is to impact services disproportionately impacted to the communities. That still leaves a lot of money for streets and roads, but gives more residents access to that childcare assistance and that domestic violence safe house. So I would say to double the domestic violence safe house to $300,000 and double the childcare assistance to $500,000.
If I could ask about the child care assistance, since that's what you're focusing on, Mr. Gabler, it's my understanding that a lot of that is done even through our Parks and Rec, and I know that they already have a subsidizing program that started for after school, so they already are putting funds into child care, at least the low income needs in child care. Is that accurate? Is there kind of a partnership here that you're looking at?
You are correct. The Park and Rec does have a sponsorship program. We identified 3 other total potential vendors: Boys and Girls Club, YMCA, Rancho Simi Rec and Park District, that could be participants in this program to provide subsidized child care to different families of low income or economically disadvantaged. It is, nothing is set, but we're looking at an allocation that we would be able to work with these three different entities that have indicated an interest in participating in such a program.
I just know that enrollment is dropping in the school district, and that impacts us in terms of, schools closing, and when you look at property values, the first thing that people look at is the schools. So if we're going to be closing schools because we don't have enrollment, because the daycare is so expensive here, because it is very expensive. It was cheaper for me to send my kids to private school than to pay before and after school care. Then the more child care assistance we can offer, the better it benefits the community, because then we can keep more kids in the school district, we can keep our public schools open, we can maintain our property values, which maintains the taxes. So that's my logic for that. My other question for Brian is with regard to the $1 million for the Rancho Community Park pool. It says it's services to disproportionately impacted communities, and I know I had asked the question previously, and I see that Dan is gone, but I would like an answer, hopefully from you or whoever's on the tri-agency. It says that it is for services to disproportionately impacted communities. I don't recall, and please correct me if I'm wrong, that we ever got an answer in terms of, will they at least once a month offer a free day so that anyone can go?
He agreed to that when I requested it.
You did agree to that?
Yes, he did.
Okay,
They
because...
said they'd even offer more than that if necessary.
Okay, because I want to make sure that we're meeting the needs of the American Rescue Plan. And with regard to the behavioral health care, which is on page 11, and, those are vulnerable populations. I know that our police department is very strained in dealing with a lot of mental health issues lately and just in general, right? So the more that we can provide support to our police department, I would say, again, double the amount for the behavioral health care. Free clinic of Simi Valley, everyone knows you can go there and get the support, whether it's for domestic violence or mental health issues, whatever it is that you need help with. I would like to increase that amount. And then last but not least, the vulnerable population housing, which is line 17 on page 11. We need to double that. Everyone keeps talking about, our unhoused population and how can we help them? Well, we help them by increasing the funding there. There are a lot of people that the rents are going up, the mortgage rates are going up, and we're going to have more people living in their cars and living on the streets. So the more we can do to help our vulnerable population, and again, that was in the top 3 of the emails that were received, and just comments in general that we get in the city is with regard to concerns about our unhoused. I say that we double that. And we can do all that just by taking, $1 million from the streets and roads to make sure that we meet these other needs that seem to be high priority based on the emails that were received.
Well, again, I just want to reiterate, we only received 46 emails out of 127,000 people. So I think we also need to keep that in mind. I think staff did a great job on moving the money around and really hitting some of the key components, the ones that Councilmember Luevanos mentioned. The child care and the safe house, those are funds that I think will be put to good use. And if they're not necessary, we'll find that out too. But I think by moving money around and allocating them to the different areas, we did a great job. I still believe we need the 10 million on our roads. We've had how many years of not putting any funding into our roads? We've done the minimum possible, and that's the most common complaint I hear citywide is the state of our streets. So I think I'm comfortable in motioning that we stick with the the recommended allocations from the city staff.
And if I might add, it certainly benefits all the roads. I mean, obviously, more or preponderance of the people. Just a quick question, and then I know we're going to a vote. Temporary staffing. So how? I guess the question is, how monitored do these funds have to be to satisfy federal requirements? Do you need to actually have a report on everything of all their usage back to the federal government?
Yes, we do. We have to report to the Treasury Department on a quarterly basis the use of the funds.
Of all of these different areas?
That's correct.
Excellent, okay.
So every contract we have to have with each one of these different entities receiving funds, we have to have performance reports.
That was my assumption. So we will know, we will get a sense after the first quarter how effective, how well these funds are being utilized and used.
It may take a
Or-
while for these organizations to ramp up, but we're gonna work hard now to move forward on some contracts and get some vendors in place in order to start moving the money out to the street.
Well, and I just wanted to commend, because I think it's good, some of these social services that we're providing as far as first and last month rent for homeless, et cetera. I mean, as you go through it, these are some innovative programs that we haven't been doing in the past that could provide some real benefit. So I too commend the staff and this big picture.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. We have a motion and a second. Call for the vote.
I'm voting no, we need to provide more social services.
The motion passes with Councilmember Luevanos voting no. Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council, next on the agenda is item 10A, City Council member reports.
9A.
Oh, I apologize, 9A.
Good evening, Mayor Mashburn and members of the City Council. This evening, Deputy Community Services Director Anna Medina and I will be presenting the staff report. At its February meeting, the Simi Valley Arts...
Is your microphone on? We can't hear you.
Sorry. Okay. Good evening, Mayor Mashburn and members of the City Council. This evening, Deputy Community Services Director Anna Medina and I will be presenting the staff report. At its February meeting, the Simi Valley Arts Commission requested that staff provide an alternate finance structure for the Commission's consideration that would further the goals of the Cultural Arts Center's strategic plan and provide a grace period for the CAC to rebuild and recover from the impacts of COVID-19. COVID has had a devastating effect on both audience and volunteer return rates to the center. Productions continue to be canceled due to COVID infections, and local arts organizations remain financially strained. Low attendance and canceled performances due to the pandemic has resulted in non-existent rental income and concession income. With the ongoing concern of COVID exposure among patron attendees and performers, the CAC continues to struggle with gaining full attendance. This evening, staff would like to provide some history on the center and bring forward the Arts Commission's request that you consider an alternate financial operating structure for a 5-year term.
The CAC facility features a 180-seat professional main stage and an 80-seat black box theater multi-purpose room. The city's general fund provides for the salary and benefits for all 5 full-time employee positions in the CAC and is responsible for the building's physical plant, including custodial services and supplies, utilities, capital projects, and some office expenses. The CAC Operations Fund is responsible for reimbursing the general fund for approximately 1.5 FTE positions, the salary and benefits of 1 office assistant 2, and approximately 0.5 of the technical coordinator position, up to a maximum of $35,000 annually. The CAC Operations Fund is also responsible for reimbursing the city 10% of earned income each fiscal year, minus any nonprofit subsidies. Earned income budget categories include box office, advertising, rentals, and concessions. In response to the Arts Commission's request, staff conducted a review of other city-operated arts venues in various cities of California, which is listed on page 4 of your staff report, and has found that the surveyed venues are completely funded by their respective cities without a required reimbursement of staff salaries and benefits. Most local is the High Street Art Center in Moore Park, which is leased to the Moore Park Community Foundation for the Arts for $1 per year. For fiscal year 2021-22, Moore Park budgeted $11,170 for maintenance, and the foundation pays for all operating expenses of the theater. Additionally, there's the Bank of America Performing Arts Center, which operates through a public-private partnership between the City of Thousand Oaks and Thousand Oaks Arts. Operated by the city's Cultural Arts Affairs Department, the Arts Center consists of 2 theaters, one which has 1,800 seats and another that has 394 seats. In order to create a sustainable revenue stream, the City of Thousand Oaks General Fund contributed $4 million in 2016 into a restricted endowment fund to subsidize the Enterprise Theaters Fund. The annual combined city endowment of $300,000 and the Thousand Oaks Arts funding at $510,000 help support theater operations. Once the surveying of other city-owned theaters was complete, staff proposed that the city modify the current financial operating structure to allow the CAC to retain 100% of its revenues and discontinue the current reimbursement structure for a 5-year period. In lieu of reimbursing the city, the CAC would reallocate these funds to achieving the goals and objectives of the Cultural Arts Center's strategic plan. These include sustained funding of the Performing Arts Recovery Grant Program to allow greater access to the CAC for local nonprofit and arts organizations, the creation of a citywide cultural funding grant program, diversifying programming including expanding multicultural programming opportunities, enhancing marketing efforts, developing arts educational programs at the CAC, and increasing arts opportunities for Simi Valley residents. These funds would allow the CAC to support our local arts partner organizations and to offer affordable arts education opportunities by launching an inaugural CAC-sponsored summer arts camp for local youth. In addition, the reallocation of these funds will further assist in the CAC's recovery from the marked impact of COVID-19.
After considering staff's proposal, the Arts Commission approved the proposal and directed staff to bring the revised financial structure to the City Council for consideration. The Arts Commission is recommending the City Council approve the revised financial structure in order to allow the CAC to use all of its financial resources to return to a profitable performing arts theater and to help address the COVID-created financial impacts to the arts community. Staff supports the Arts Commission's recommendations. This concludes the report, and staff is available to answer any questions.
Questions of staff? Dee Dee.
Thank you. Real quick, I'm in favor of helping the Cultural Arts Center. My only question was, did we look at a 3-year instead of a 5-year? I would be more apt to go with a 3-year, look at it at the end of the 3 years, and then if we need to go an additional 2 or 3. But was that discussed, do you know?
No, we looked at a 5-year. We did not discuss a 3-year, but the council has that prerogative to go to a 3-year, and we could return at that time.
Well, does staff think the 5-year is really what we need to get it back up and going?
Staff feels that we will need 5 years to rebuild, to help the arts organization. And if we follow the strategic plan, which is to, 1, create a funding mechanism so that we can be a grant awarding organization, that we can diversify, and that we can branch out and make new relationships to get new acts. And that's really the goal, and it's going to take some time because the arts community has been impacted by COVID.
Okay.
I mean, we're seeing it alone with attendance.
Right. Okay, so the 5-year is really what we think is the optimum
We believe
length of
that.
time. All right, thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem Litzner.
Oh, you know, it's interesting is I didn't push my button yet for this, but I will. But thank you, since you just called on me. I know that. I just wanted to currently say that just this weekend we talked about the dire circumstances. I went to attend a performance, the Black Box. I was the only one there, and I thought, what's going on? And so I went over to the Cultural Arts Center because I knew to find out that they would know what was going on at the Black Box Theater. They too were dark. And I thought, I felt like I was in the Twilight Zone. I went in and found Fred Hensel, who was inside. There were 2 cars there in the parking lot. And I learned that the last 2 weeks of production has been canceled because of COVID. And I just had missed that, somehow missed that. Same thing with the Black Box Theater. They had to close their last run because of one of their stars with COVID. Anyway, clearly we're not completely out of this. And so when you talk about ability to generate audience, and I mean, we're still in the midst of it. So I just wanted to share that little anecdote.
Okay, Councilmember Luevanos.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I had some questions with regard to, we fund 5 full-time employees, is that correct?
For the CAC, yes.
Out of the general budget, so their full salaries and their benefits, because I'm looking at other, and I see that there's a lot more part-time, so I'm looking at other cities. And I'm wondering, like Main Theater in Santa Clarita has 1 full-time and 5 part-time. It just seems like, and I didn't see anywhere in here the total cost. What is the total cost to us of those 5 full-time employees with benefits?
I believe that is around 569,000.
And that comes out of our general budget?
Yes.
And what was just approved in the last agenda item, the $200,000 of the American Rescue Plan Fund, will that go towards those?
That 200,000 will go towards grant program. So that'll help us fund grants so that we can get additional acts, additional arts organizations into the theater, in addition to our multicultural program. And I believe also our citywide, where we're looking at, I believe, sponsoring the Parks District. They're having an arts festival, and I think we're sponsoring 2 acts. And am I saying that for Florico? Can you say that?
I believe it was the Ballet Folklorico.
Right, and a Chinese line group, dance group. So that's also part of our program.
Okay, so that would mean that they wouldn't have to pay to use that space?
Can you say that again? I'm sorry.
Does the grant program mean they wouldn't have to pay to use that space?
Right, that's correct.
Or they would
We would
give a
sponsor
reduction
them. The CAC would sponsor them. They would not have to pay.
Okay, and that would be open to other groups in the
Yes.
community as well? Okay, yeah, I'm just, my concern is, I know for a fact that other theaters do have, COVID policies. You have to show your vaccination card, you have to, so I'm wondering if that's something, what is our COVID policy? Because I want to know how that's impacting our attendance and, I know other theater groups and other theaters, everyone who performs has to be vaccinated, and people who attend have to be vaccinated. Is that impacting us in terms of attendance? Clearly, Mayor Pro Tem Litster, stated that, the performances were canceled because some of the performers had COVID. So is that something that's impacting our attendance as well and our performances?
Well, I think it's impacting attendances and performances across the region. I don't think it's just singular to the Cultural Arts Center. Now, we do have I believe it's a robust testing system. I don't believe that we require our audience to provide a certification of being vaccinated, but there is testing. What we're seeing is that it is the cast who is getting ill, and then we have to cancel the actual production.
And to add on to your response, just because I had this conversation with Mr. Helsel Saturday, they have been rehearsing fully masked the whole time. They do require vaccinations, et cetera. They think very possibly it came from an audience member because their ticket person was also contracted it. But so on opening night. But they've been very careful with that, with their.
Well, that's what I'm saying, because there may be people who are afraid to attend because, like I've gone to other theaters where they're like, okay, everyone has to be vaccinated, you have to prove you're vaccinated. And so people feel safer going there, especially if they're higher risk to those, because they know that there's some sort of requirement. And so that could be impacting attendance at our Cultural Arts Center. That's what I'm asking.
I think that the arts as a whole is slow to return to pre-pandemic levels. Not that the rest of other sectors have, but it's being slower because it is an optional thing. It is not a requirement of everyday life to attend the theater. It is optional. And it is not top of mind, and that's where we want to get to be, is top of mind of, if you have time on a weekend or a weekday, come see a show at the Simi Valley Cultural Arts Center. In order for us to do that, we're going to have to subsidize these organizations, performing arts groups, and different types of troops that may not normally come to the center, is to bring them in order for them to bring their audience as well. So it's a combination of different strategies to get people, one, to the Cultural Arts Center, and two, to start thinking out as a top of mind as an option for entertainment.
Yeah, I know I've been very adamant about wanting the Cultural Arts Center to be independent, to not be so reliant on the general fund. I know that the arts are important, but, it's meant to be independent and to be able to function on its own without money from the general fund. The fact that we fund 5 full-time positions with benefits, and then they get CDBG. I mean, there's all kinds of money that goes to the Cultural Arts Center. And from what I'm looking at, they made $10,000 in 2017-18. That's pre-pandemic. Only $12,000 in 2018-19. So both of those are pre-pandemic.
That's after paying their assessment. They repaid their required fees back to the.
Right, which is only, 10%. So, they only paid us $23,000 in 17-18. They only paid us $30,000 in 18-19. So.
And 1.5 positions.
Yeah.
Yes, plus 1.5 positions.
Yeah,
So that's
my concern again is.
If I can interrupt for 1 second, we're going to need a motion. We've reached our limit on time, so.
Yeah, I'll make the motion that we extend the council meeting past the 11:30 cutoff
Second.
so that we can finish the agenda.
Do we have to vote?
Yes.
Motion and second. Call. There we go.
Thank you. I apologize for the interruption.
The motion passes unanimously.
Okay, here's my question. Would it be an incentive, because it seems to me like there's at least some sort of incentive for the Cultural Arts Center to be profitable because they know they have to give 10% back to the city? Isn't that some sort of incentive for them to be successful, to make sure that they sell out, to make sure they have shows that the community wants to go see?
I think that is clearly the end goal, but it's going to take an investment by the city in order to get it there.
But
That's the recommendation.
And they're already getting an
I'm on
investment,
that.
right? They already get funds from us? Yes?
I'm sorry?
They already get funds from us.
Well, they're reimbursing us for funds, but yes, they do.
Okay, but they don't reimburse us the $569,000 that it costs.
They do not.
But in order to get this strategic plan, which is so innovative and offers so many different groups and different desires to really embrace the entire community, you've got to support them to do that. There's no way they can do it because they're reaching out to groups that don't have funds to perform and that wouldn't normally be there. And so I think this is a time that we can. The strategic plan is exciting, although that they want to bring there. I think now's the time that we can help them realize that. And so that's the problem of trying to ascertain, motivate them with making money. Because when you do that, then you go with the tried and true. We want them to truly embrace the strategic plan.
Having been on the commission for a while, we've watched the CAC evolve. Wasn't that many years ago, it was a club. And now they've opened the doors wide, and they're having to encourage these different groups to come in, and they have to show them that this Cultural Arts Center is open to anybody that wants to come in and apply for a date and be able to operate there. And you don't turn something like that around overnight from a group that just always performed there constantly. Now we're reaching out, and the Cultural Arts Center is reaching out very strongly for different cultures, different types of programs, and they need the financial help to continue that outreach and continue this plan they've came up with.
Didn't they have,
And I look at you know, do we have to make money off of everything? And I think I'm one of the tightwads in the organization, because I firmly believe you don't give a gift of taxpayer dollars. I just am very adamantly against that. However, I don't think the cultural arts is a gift of taxpayer dollars, because it's a needed part, no different than our senior center. We don't, you know, we spend money there to make it happen, and we have the best senior center around, and it's a service to the community. And I believe the Cultural Arts Center is a service to the community, different than the senior center, but just as important.
May I make a motion, Mr. Mayor? Oh, you are, sorry.
I'm sorry, I just want to ask one question.
Sorry, Councilmember.
Have we gone aggressively to look to bring back people that have used the facility, you know, historically? Like, I know the Noontime Rotary Club used to have lunch there every Tuesday. Have we gone back to that club and say, hey, when are you guys coming back, or something like that?
So I know we've reached out, but renting out the multi-purpose room has been very slow. People are hesitant to come back. So I think the State of the City was kind of one of the first times where we got a large amount of people back into the actual Cultural Arts Center. So it's slow, but we'll continue to reach out because we want them to come back. Our dance recital people are coming back, and we actually have a new member. It's Stage 1 Music Conservatory, who is geared towards youth of all ages, and they're having 2 or more recitals. So we're starting to pick up. We just hope COVID stays at bay.
Okay, I'll make a motion. I move to approve the revised Simi Valley Cultural Arts Center operating structure as presented.
Second?
Motion second, call for the vote.
the motion passes with Councilmember Luébanos voting no.
Now it's councilmember reports.
Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council, next item on the agenda is item 10A, City Council member reports.
Okay, Councilmember Judge.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll be short. Did a couple of things. Saturday, April 30th, I had a booth and attended the Simi Valley Street Fair. I want to congratulate the Chamber of Commerce on a great event. I haven't seen that many people in a long time. It was very well attended, and I had great feedback during the event. On Monday, May 2nd, I had a citizens meeting about business licenses, which the city manager was kind enough to help me with. I was able to make sure that that person was able to finish their business license process here with the city. I passed up Friday, April 29th, I did have a Public Safety Policy Committee meeting. That's the state, or the League of Cities. Interesting, during that policy committee meeting, we talked about the cannabis deliveries that is, you know, and it is the consensus. It was a consensus of all the cities that were there, that were represented, which was a lot of them, that sooner or later, most likely sooner, the state is going to be telling us that we can no longer stop cannabis stores from coming into our area, just like they did after Prohibition was revoked and liquor stores. A lot of cities in California historically kept liquor stores out of their cities as long as they possibly could after Prohibition was overturned, only to be told by the state at a certain point that that's no longer allowed to happen. So cannabis is on its way, and there's really no way to stop it unless something drastically changes in the state law. That was one of the big things on the policy committee. Another thing was a lot of cities are having trouble hiring cops. I'm sure our chief could attest to that, and it's a very big problem right now. And yeah, it's not, a lot of people don't want to do that job right now. On Wednesday, May 4th, I started attending the SCAG General Assembly out in Palm Desert, which is a great event. I got to sit there, and we voted on changing the bylaws, a couple of tweaks to it, not real big tweaks. And we elected all the new officers. I want to congratulate local, Carmen Ramirez, being first vice president of SCAG, which is outstanding. She's from our Board of Supervisors. And the new president is Jen Parnack. She's the mayor of Palm Desert. She is the president of SCAG. I was there with Mayor Pro Tem Lister, and she got to vote as the General Assembly was coming into a session on Thursday. On Sunday, May 8th, I hope everybody had a great Mother's Day, and that's the end of my report.
All right, Councilmember Kavanaugh.
Mine's even shorter. So from April 28th, Thursday, to Sunday, May 1st, I was up at RILA, which is Rotary Youth Leadership Awards, with 140 of my favorite high schoolers. We did have one, Rashi. She's from our youth council. She was in my color group, so I enjoyed getting to meet Rashi. But it's very similar to, we normally have 250 students and a waiting list. And we struggled to get 140 this year. So it's coming out of the COVID. It's people not wanting to be around the other groups of people they don't know. We did all have to test. The kids had to show a negative test right when they got there. So we did everything we could, and it ended up being a very, very wonderful event. And the kids were just excited to get to be around people again and participate. So it actually ended up being a very nice weekend. And the weather was nice. We were in Ojai. We have Brandeis Bardeen here, American Jewish University. We were at Camp Perma, which is kind of a sister to them. So great event. And then the only other thing I did was on Saturday, May 7th, I worked all day at the Rotary softball tournament here at our Rancho Santa Susana Park, the S-Turns. We had 18 teams. Thanks to Dan Potter. He always does a great job organizing them. And thanks to Mike McGuigan for chairing it for our Rotary Club, and all the funds there get turned back into our community. So that's the end of my report.
All right, Councilmember Luevanos.
On Saturday, April 30th, I too attended the Simi Valley Street Fair. It was nice to see so many of our residents there. It was also Dia de los Niños, so there was quite a few local ballet folklorico groups who had events for the kids. It's Dia de los Niños is like it's like Mother's Day, but it's for kids. So it's Children's Day, celebrated in Mexico, but since we have so many Mexicans living here in Simi Valley, celebrated throughout the community. On Sunday, May 1st, I attended the Power of Love banquet for Planned Parenthood, which was a great fundraiser. On Tuesday, May 3rd, I did the ADA paratransit interviews here in the conference room with Mayor Mashburn. And we had some outstanding and very patient candidates, right, Mayor? They were all wonderful. On Wednesday, May 4th, I took a tour of Moore Park College and got to see a taste of the name is not set in stone yet, Mayor, just so you know, the Moore Park Bowl, our own little Ventura County regional outdoor amphitheater. I got to see that space and take a tour of the college, which was wonderful. And on that same day, when I got back home, I did the tobacco interviews with Jeff Segovia from Ventura County Public Health. On Thursday, May 5th, I did not attend the Clean Power Lines meeting because they moved it to May 11th. And this morning, during my lunch break, I attended the California Environmental Protection Agency, Department of Toxic Substance Control, and Los Angeles Regional Water Board joint meeting regarding the Santa Susana Field Lab. Unfortunately, it looks like they're not going to clean up to the background levels, which is really what we need to protect our residents, so I'm very disappointed. And that's my report. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Litzner.
Thank you. I'll try to be brief myself. The first, April 27th through April 30th found me up in Idaho because my father had a medical procedure and I wanted to be there. I had problems flying back. My flight was overbooked, and so I missed the street fair. But I had every intention, and to get back, my flight was canceled, and the airline only flies twice a week, so I had to take a bus to Salt Lake and take another couple more flights. Anyway, so it was a little, but I was going to mention on that bus for our 5-hour bus ride, I met Mr. James Red Fox, who is a Blackfeet Indian who does artwork on ledger paper, and he was working his way down to Albuquerque, and I was able to buy some of his art to help support his bus fare down to Albuquerque. And it was lovely. So anyway, I'm so sorry I missed the street fair, but I heard wonderful things about it. On Wednesday, May the 4th, I did attend the presentation of Lou Roth for Lifetime Achievement Award at Apollo High School. So there's a teacher there who received the Lifetime Achievement Award, which is wonderful for an Apollo teacher. She teaches math. I'm forgetting her name, so you're going to have to attend May 23rd, the Lou Roth Award, sponsored by the Ed Foundation, to find out who it is, since I'm blanking out on her name. But so everyone get their tickets for, that's on Monday, May 23rd, that will be taking place. I too enjoyed with Council Member Mike Judge, the SCAG Regional Conference. I have to tell you, getting down there, I had a flat tire and 2 closed freeways. So I just thought I'd share you my travel problems. But it was very informative. I thank you, Mayor, for allowing me to sit in as the voting member. I really enjoyed that opportunity. A couple things quickly that I thought were interesting that I took from it. One of the sessions I attended was a broadband discussion. And one of the things that they talked about, I know we have this sci-fi that we're installing. One of the questions I asked, well, okay, we've got it installed. Now, can we find some funds to help our residents get it to their homes? And basically, the PUC has $2 billion in sitting there for use for that purpose. And I don't know if we can tap into it somehow, but that they recommended we certainly look into that. And I would love to see if there's a way we can help our citizens actually get it to their door. One thing I learned about SCAG is that there's 191 cities that are part of that make that up, and 6 counties. What I learned is that Simi Valley is the 26th largest city by population of those 191 cities, which I thought was interesting, by population. Our assessment, I should tell you, we voted to assess our assessment is about $14,000 that we pay for this next year budget to be part of SCAG, but everyone's assessed according to population. But one of the things that was pointed out in one of the final sessions by California State Transportation Agency head Tox Amashakan, in many ways, SCAG is a little bit like the United Nations. The United Nations has 193 member states, and we have 191 member cities and counties. And so, and our economic region is the 15th largest in the world. And so the work that is done by that body in trying to find regional solutions to transportation problems, et cetera, has merit and value. And anyway, it was very good to be part of that discussion. On Saturday, I had the pleasure of reading at the Children's Book Day, and thank you, Kelly, for all that she does at the library. I know the mayor also read books and appreciated that. And I too joined the today's Zoom meeting with the Department of Toxic Substance Control, and I misunderstood. I'm sorry, I just want to make sure that we're in agreement. It was my understanding that they agreed to clean up to background levels. That's what
They changed the standards for risk management assessment, which is lowered by 100 times. So the amount that they're going to clean is 100 times less than what was in the original agreement. And they didn't agree to clean up all the chemicals.
Although it's still considered background level, not recreational level, as I understand. So I guess that'll be a discussion. But I actually thought that was I'm hearing you. The way I understood the discussion was that was more than I was anticipating it might even be. So, but I guess we'll have more discussion about what that level is exactly. But they're calling it clean up to background level. And some of the things the notes I took out of it is that in the spring of 2023, that they are going to start by removing Area 1 burn pit and dealing with some of the radiation, et cetera, chemicals in that area. I appreciated Mayor Mashburn's question on that, because he specifically was asking about some of the discussion of transferring and how this cleanup would look, but specifically he discussed the geographical area and how it would be very problematic if they wanted to come and put it on our trains, because it would mean a transfer that could be concerning for health safety. Anyway, so I appreciate his comments, but and I hope everyone also had a lovely Mother's Day. I got to play the harp for some wonderful mothers at a assisted living facility, and that ends my report. So thank you.
Thank you. I'll try being quick. I too was able to attend the street fair, and congratulations to the chamber. That was a great event, well attended, and a huge amount of booths. It was very, very interesting to go booth to booth and see what's available out here. On Tuesday, May 3rd, I stopped by very briefly, but was able to do it, the farewell celebration for Joe Tony. I think he was an asset to our city, and as he moves on and moves upward, I congratulate him and hope he'll stay in touch. On Thursday, I, along with several police officers, attended the National Day of Prayer and was there with Steve Pope, the pastor, and the group, a very large group, was doing multiple prayers for all of us that sit up here on the dais, all of the workers in the city, of course, all of the police officers in the city, and they just kept expanding out and out and out, and it was quite an event, a very nice event. On Saturday, May 7th, I also did the read the book to the youngsters, and what was nice about it is it was a multicultural event. It was tied directly to different cultures. So I went and found a book, and it was both in Spanish and English, and I asked this lady if she would sit next to me and correct me as I messed up, trying to say the Spanish words and communicate to the children what I was saying. So it was a lot of fun, and I look forward to doing that again. I think that is pretty much it. I would like to say I went to the, also at the book reading was, again, 3, maybe 4 officers that came in, and they're really putting themselves out in the public view and interacting with our youth, and I think that says so much about our police department, that they do that and they get out there and really interact with everybody, which, when we hear that there's the potential that kids are afraid of police officers, I don't think they're going to be afraid of our police officers. They're down on the carpet reading with the little guys. So anyway, thank you to the police department for all that. And that's my report. Next up is 10B.
Mr. Mayor, if I could, for 10B, I'm requesting, I don't know if it has to be under council consensus or if it has to come back for a vote in the next meeting, but because we just honored Police Memorial Day, I'd like to have our sign at the Civic Center lit in blue, because Simi Valley belongs to that very sad club where we have lost an officer in the line of duty.
If it needs a second, I'll second. But do we need to even second that? Can't we just ask you to?
Take care of it.
Okay. Thank you.
Mayor, I have 2 requests.
Okay.
It's not, one is not an agenda item. I would just like for next year, for the first week of May, to be recognized, to have a proclamation for Teacher Appreciation Week. We do have a lot of teachers in the city.
Did we get a second?
And then my second request is, I would like, I know Mr. Goss from Calleguas gave that presentation. He went through it really fast, and I didn't get to read all the slides. Could we ask him to email that to all of us? And with regard to his, I'd like a plan or a presentation or an email. He said that extra water from the pools that are going to be filled, that water has to come from somewhere. So I'd like a plan from the staff as to where that extra water is going to come from to fill all those pools. So I don't know if that has to be an agenda item. I would like it to be an agenda item, but at the very least, an email.
I think a report, if we tied our staff with Mr. Gott and let the staff come to us with a report.
We can provide some information in the council boxes on what the plan would be to try and balance out all the water savings.
Would we be able to share that in turn with the public if it's not at a city council meeting?
Sure.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, I would like to ask our city attorney to keep asking. I'd asked some time ago about waste management accusations of the company Athens, and to find out what our district attorney is doing. I thought that was potentially a criminal thing, but I haven't seen any action, and what you come back with, the DA's office not taking any action.
Well, I've had a chance to provide a brief update to the council, and I will continue to follow up with the district attorney's office. They're waiting for some, we've got to be really careful here. I'm in close contact with the district attorney's office, and there is a little bit of a waiting period, so I will report back after probably June 30th.
Okay, my concern is that the waiting period is not going to wait for the election to be over.
Unfortunately, there's not a whole lot I can do, Mayor.
No, I know,
yeah.
but maybe they can tell us that's what they're waiting for.
All right, I can follow up with them.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, but at any rate, it's still, I don't know if there's anything we can do about it independent of the DA's office, but it's still an accusation. We don't know if it's true or not unless we investigate it. And we got to find out if the citizens of this city were wronged, or was the accusations wrong?
I can also indicate that I'm in touch with the state agency responsible with that as well.
Okay.
So I am definitely following up, Your Honor, or Mayor.
What'd you call me?
I just called you Your Honor. I thought I was in court for a second.
Mayor, can I make a quick announcement? Tomorrow is Mexican Mother's Day, so can I say something in Spanish to all the Mexican mothers? Quiero desearles a todas las madres mexicanas feliz Día de las Madres. Yo sé que mañana se celebra en México y yo voy a celebrar con ustedes mi madre y mis hijos me van a celebrar a mí, así que de parte de todo el concejal deseamos a todas las madres que están allí en la ciudad feliz Día de las Madres mañana. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, I think that's it. Once again, we have to adjourn in the memory of someone.
That's funny.
We're going to adjourn tonight in memory of Emery Clay Bach Sr. And I'll remind, many of you may know who Emery was. If you know Anthony Thompson, it's the guy that Anthony kind of adopted as his father. And just a sweetheart of a man. And many of us got to know him, and he was so much fun. And he truly loved this city. And we lost him a couple weeks ago based on cancer of some type that took him. So anyway, we'll close in his